Good evening, everyone.
Recording in progress.
That is to say, the meeting will now start. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, April 15th, 2024. If you wish to provide a public comment tonight on tonight's agenda or otherwise, please fill out a speaker card that are in the back of the room and bring them to our city clerk here. And now I will invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information for those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos aquí hoy como intérpretes. Este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o con el teléfono, pulse en Más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. Thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Yes. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
Healy? Here. Now?
Here. Sorry.
Here.
Posake?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here. Let's stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence. Moving to our agenda for this evening, looking up and down the council for any changes or deletions requested, then it is adopted as posted. And tonight we have a couple of proclamations. And I'd like to invite Becky Fine and the Executive Director of Verity, and Kate McCoy, President of Verity Board of Directors, and Georgino Tello Mugaran, Victims Advocate, to the podium as we read a proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 2024. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has a profound and lasting impact on every community member of Sonoma County. And whereas Verity Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention, and Healing Center worked with over 1,300 survivors in Sonoma County in 2023 and has further contributed to the community education and outreach in 2023 by hosting 64 presentations and events, reaching a total of 8,404 community members with valuable information and resources. And whereas national research indicates that 1 in 5 women will be raped at some point in their lifetimes, and nearly half of all women will experience some form of sexual violence, and at least 1 in 6 men have experienced sexual abuse or assault, whether in childhood or as an adult. And whereas young people are at greatest risk of sexual violence, and youth aged 12 to 17 are 2.5 times more likely to be raped, sexually assaulted, or sexually than their adult counterparts. And disabled people, people of color, queer people, homeless people, transgender people, undocumented people, youth in foster care, and people of other marginalized identities are even more likely to be victimized by sexual violence. And whereas over 18,000 members of the military and over 80,000 people who are incarcerated experience sexual violence every year. And whereas with leadership, dedication, and encouragement, there is evidence that we can be successful in preventing sexual violence in Sonoma County through increased education, awareness, and community involvement. And whereas the City of Petaluma strongly supports the efforts of Verity and encourages every resident to actively engage in public and private efforts to end sexual violence, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, how to help survivors of all backgrounds connect with crucial counseling and other support services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address sexual violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, formally designate the month of April 2024 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this recognition. It's truly an honor to be able to stand here in front of you at the helm of this incredible organization, surrounded by teammates and board members who have served greatly to support survivors of sexual assault throughout our county. You've heard the statistics. This is an incredibly pervasive issue that touches everybody's lives. And so this recognition is something that helps to elevate the awareness of the issue and provide support for our services so that we can keep doing this important work. So yeah, thank you so much for this recognition. I'd like to pass it. Georgina, would you like to say a word? Oopsies.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, all of you, for the support that everybody has provided for Verity and for the victims of Petaluma. Thank you.
And just real quick, tonight is actually my last night as president and being on the board of Verity after 6 years and 2 as president. I just wanted to thank you for honoring tonight the Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I've witnessed firsthand the dedication and passion of our community to address the critical issue of sexual assault. And I'm immensely proud of the work that has been accomplished during my time on the board, but even more so, I am confident in the future of the organization. And we have a team of remarkable individuals who are deeply committed to our mission and who will continue to carry the torch forward with grace and determination. Thank you.
We will leave some pamphlets in the hallway for anybody who'd like to learn a little bit more or access our information.
Thank you. We also have a proclamation for Arbor Day, and I'd like to invite Darren Rackison, our Tree Advisory Committee member, and Carolyn Lacera of Relief Petaluma to the podium while I read. Arbor Day, April 26, 2024. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for planting of trees. Whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and world. Whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, heat and cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are in our city, increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business area, and beautify our community, and wherever they are planted are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Petaluma partners with the community organizations such as Relief to plant more trees, educate our community on the importance of trees, and take stewardship of establishing newly planted trees. Whereas the City of Petaluma has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting practices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2024 as Arbor Day in the City of Petaluma and urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Relief is very pleased to be receiving the Arbor Day Award from the Petaluma City Council. Thank you so much. It means so much to us to know our efforts are appreciated and valued. We couldn't have achieved this honor, however, without the help and guidance of the City Council and staff who've enabled Relief's work over the past 3.5 years. We would like to thank a few people who have been so helpful along the way. First, we must thank Cindy Chong, who guided and inspired us before we even became an organization, and reminded us as part of our reach for excellence to keep focused, resist bright and shiny ideas and ventures that distract us from our goals, be realistic about our capabilities, and plan for the long term. We also thank Drew Halter for his wisdom, leadership, vision, and proactive assistance. He and Delana Bradford have helped us navigate our work with the city, and Drew provided key ideas and inspiration for the concept development of the USDA Forest Service Petaluma Canopy Grant. Relief could not have performed as we have without the backing of the entire Recreation and Parks Group, including its commission and Tree Advisory Committee. We thank Peggy Flynn's office, City Manager's office, for faith and support of our mission to build a greater and healthier tree canopy throughout the city. In particular, Patrick Carter has supported our efforts from the earliest days and was simply essential in landing the $1 million Petaluma Canopy Grant. We also thank Ken Eichstadt, engineer in Public Works, Ingrid Alverde, Director of Economic Development, Jeffrey Bart in Parks, and Jamison Bunn, Communication Program Manager, for interrupting their normal duties and squeezing in time to help us help the trees. Lastly, we recognize with deep appreciation Heather Hines' excellent work on a very challenging year-long assignment of writing the new tree protection ordinance. We look forward to working together with the city staff and council again this year. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you.
And on behalf of the Tree Advisory Committee, I want to graciously also accept this proclamation. And I want to elevate the work of both the council and city staff. She just mentioned the parts that I think are really important: the upcoming tree preservation ordinance that will help to preserve our urban canopy, the upcoming forest master plan, urban forestry master plan that will help grow and make a more robust urban canopy, and then our public works team, who more and more is integrating trees into their designs and everything that they do. And we're also grateful for the opportunity to engage our community on April 27th, Saturday, April 27th, in Prince Park in Petaluma from 11 to 3. We're going to be having an Arbor Day celebration with our partners at Relief, Rebuilding Together, I believe Daily Acts. We're also going to have folks from the Lafferty Ranch Docent Program and artists and musicians and food. It's going to be a great time to engage the community and get people to celebrate the trees that we know and love, as we're going to be protecting really an ancient heritage oak there at Prince Park. So encourage any council members that can make it, and we have a full house, so anyone in the public that wants to be there to come celebrate trees on April 27th. And thank you for this proclamation.
Sure. May I ask one question? May I ask one question of Relief? There, can you remind us how many trees you've planted in Petaluma?
Okay.
To the round numbers.
In December, we reached 1,000 trees, but then in this last planting season, I think we've planted another 700 or 800 trees. So we're planting a lot of trees.
That's a lot of trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we're moving to the swearing in of our new police chief. I'd like to invite Chief Brian Miller to the podium to proceed with our oath of office as administered by our city clerk.
Can I switch your side?
Okay.
Sure.
I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Brian Miller, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma,
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I'll bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
to the Constitution of the United States,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. May I? So I little overwhelmed, but I just want to say, this is completely why I wanted to take on this immensely important role. I couldn't be more committed to this community and to the profession and to Petaluma. I want to thank my wife, my kids, my parents, my family. There's community members here. There's my neighbors here. There's our department here, our staff. It's Dispatch Appreciation Week. I'd be remiss in not mentioning that right now. Our members from our allied team throughout the county, and I'm just immensely, appreciative of the opportunity and grateful to continue serving in this role. I've been here almost 20 years. I'm really excited. We have a remarkable staff. We have a remarkable organization. The city's been here for over 166 years as of just last Friday. I'm following in immensely huge shoes behind Chief Savano, who's here tonight. And I benefited greatly from everyone in this room, from my staff, from him and others before me that have prepared me to feel proven, prepared, and ready to take on this role. So thank you. We intend as an organization to continue striving to be better and better than we were yesterday and continuously improving. We pride ourselves on being the utmost of professional at all times. And we've been talking a lot recently about moments like this, about building relationships and bringing people together from everywhere across the community and working together collectively, because we know that we're stronger together, we're safer together, and we're one Petaluma together. So thank you. I appreciate all of you. I look forward to working and serving with you and for you and with our department. Thank you.
And we thank you and your family. We know what a demanding job this is, and it's nice to have your family behind you. It helps a lot. So. And that's a tough act to follow, but I think we'll. And we'll move to our regularly scheduled agenda here. And if anybody wants to take their leave, this would be their moment. Okay, well, let's start the next element. This is general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And I'd like to ask our city clerk if we received any comments online.
We received 4, and they're posted to the website.
Wonderful, thank you. And now I'd like to ask our moderator to read our instructions for this.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And now that 30 seconds have elapsed, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And let's see how many cards we have today. I see 10 cards for tonight's agenda, and that would divide up into 2 minutes per person in their speaking. Sorry if you came with a 3-minute speech, but hopefully we'll be able to bring it together. And tonight, our first speaker would be Susan Whitford, to be followed by Sandra Shan.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Whitford, and my son swims on the AC Swim Club team at the Petaluma Swim Center. Thank you very much to the city for fixing the broken boiler that we had and for replacing the lighting that was much needed. And thank you to the city for fixing the broken boiler and replacing the lighting. Both of these areas were much needed. This has been a huge improvement. The swim team is now asking to get the date from the city as to when the pool will be resurfaced. Once we have the date, we can work on finding other pools in the area for the team to use while the pool is being resurfaced. It's from experience, we found that it's hard to find available pool space, and so we would greatly appreciate getting the resurfacing date as soon as that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Shan, to be followed by Carter Kelly Cusimano. Sandra Shan. Do you wish to speak
This is
tonight,
not
Ms.
part
Shan?
of my time. What I'm going to say is horrifying enough for adults to hear. I think it would be traumatizing to a child. If there are any children still in the room, I beg you to please take them outside for a few minutes.
I will cycle Carter to later in the sequence.
I wish to cause no harm. Thank you. In March, 2 American surgeons traveled to Gaza to work at Gaza European hospitals, one of the last semi-functioning hospitals for 2.5 million human beings. As humanitarian surgeons, they said, we thought we'd seen all manner of cruelty in the world, but neither has ever experienced anything like what we found in Gaza. Violence and death rain down on anyone at any time amidst the smells of sewage and gunpowder. We as Americans must acknowledge that we are responsible for this crime against humanity in full view of the world. We found evidence of horrifying violence deliberately directed at civilians, a 3-year-old boy shot in the head, a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest, an ICU nurse shot through the abdomen by some of the best trained marksmen in the world. Incredibly powerful explosives ripped apart rock, floors, walls, and threw them through human bodies. With the environment literally embedded in our patients' bodies, we found infection control impossible. As humanitarian surgeons with 40 surgical missions around the world, we've both seen incredible suffering, like the Ukraine and 9/11 and Haiti. Now we see the pain of being unable to treat a child who will die slowly alone because she's the only surviving member of an entire extended family. We haven't told these children how their families died, burned until they resembled blistered hot dogs more than human beings, shredded to pieces that they can only be buried in mass graves. Oh God, this is hard. The United States has heavily funded and armed what we call the occupation of Palestine. The first president of Israel said that Palestinians were simply a matter of no existence. And 30 years later, it said they continue to live like dogs, and we'll see what.
Thank you. The time has run. Ellen Obsler, to be followed by Maureen Godshaw.
It's better, I promise. On this day on which I paid income taxes to a government that is supplying 68% of Israel's foreign source weapons and enabling a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, I'm wondering what I can say to you to persuade you to place a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. You know the continuing toll on innocents, besides what Sandra just beautifully read. Since I was here last week, Samantha Power, the director of the U.S. Agency for International Development, told lawmakers that people in parts of Gaza are indeed facing famine. You know Israel's increasing world isolation, and I assume you've read or heard that some are calling its apparent attack on an Iranian embassy a pretext for escalating the regional conflict to gain more unconditional military support. All indications are that that's working. Are you following the free speech debate brewing with the silencing of speakers calling for a ceasefire or divestment? Did you know there are right-wing sources blaming anti-Israel, anti-Jewish acts I denounce as a Jew and a human, on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, attempting to insert cultural war issues where they have no place? We can't delude ourselves into thinking what's happening in Israel and Palestine is not directly affecting everyone everywhere. Let's please be truly united against hate and let our federal representatives know we as a community want them to use their leverage to make this stop. Once again, isn't there one of you who will join with Councilmember Posake? If not now, when?
Thank you. Maureen Gottschall, to be followed by Carter Kelly Cusimano.
Thank you. Whether you'd like to see the bike lane on D Street or not, I think we can all agree that any decision that involves public safety, even at the pilot stage, should be based on sound data collection. We all know the devil is in the details. The data collection that was presented determined the parking utilization on D Street was over 2 days in a non-peak winter month for a total of 3 attempts. This is below any established standard. We request to put option 1 on hold for the following reasons. Engage a third-party data collection team who are experts in the transportation field prior to the pilot commencement for accurate data collection and analysis of all the current and future factors of D Street and surrounding neighborhoods. Provide additional days of monitoring for a more robust set of data points during peak parking usage months, including weekends. Approach the count as mixed commercial and residential using proper data survey collection standards that can be presented to the public. Provide the public with an implementation plan for the pilot, including addressing the ADA compliances for the church and all D Street residents during the pilot. How will the city address parking spots that are currently blocking curbside access with shrubs and trees? Will they be removing them during the pilot, before the pilot? Are these considered viable parking spots for the study if you don't have access to the curb? What will be the cost to the homeowner on D Street and surrounding streets to comply with this pilot? Thank you.
Thank you. Carter Kelly Cusimano, and I see a second card with this. Is there an intention to the second card?
For me to
Are you ceding time to Carter?
Oh, no, I was going to speak after him. I just wanted to be
Perfect.
with him.
Okay. Thank you.
Ready, then? You're okay. Okay, Kevin. How are you? You can do it. I'm Carter.
Hi, I'm Carter Kelly Cusimano. I am 9 years old and I live at 452 Lindbergh Circle. I live in a peaceful neighborhood with a lot of kids. We like to play on the streets and go back and forth between each other's houses. The Airbnb is causing problems in our neighborhood. We don't want it here, and our neighbors don't want it here. Please help us do something about this. Kids live here in our neighborhood. Having strangers stay in the house next door directly affects our safety. It seems like every day there are new visitors there. Sometimes it's 1 or 2, but sometimes it's a lot more. The kids of this neighborhood want to feel safe where they live and play. Petaluma has a housing problem. A lot of houses that families can live in. We need houses that families can live in. The owners of 450 Lindbergh Circle own 4 houses in Petaluma. That takes away housing that my friends can live in. It's expensive to live here, and these people are making money on houses that we need them for families to live in. Someday I'm going to be the president of the United States, and my job will be to protect the U.S. citizens. I am asking you, as our city council, to protect my family and neighborhood.
Thank you. Megan Kelly.
Thank you. Carter summed it up there. We are having issues with this house next door. It's been a revolving door of people coming and going. We share a wall with this house, so Carter and I have bedrooms that back up to their wall, can hear through the wall all the different guests coming and going. Their hot tub is directly below my window, so I can hear what's going on out there. Last week, there was a huge party, all hours of the night. Like getting them to leave was an issue. So I'm just asking that something be done about this. When the ordinance was created in 2018, We didn't know much about Airbnbs at the time. Now we do. And I think that there's some flaws in the ordinance. First of all, there's no chance of appeal from the neighborhood. That's a huge one right now. There's nothing about shared walls, about noise, etc. In fact, if there are 3 complaints, then the neighbors are sent to mediation with the owners of the Airbnb, and the costs have to be split amongst the people. I don't feel like I should have to pay to take my neighbor to mediation because of a ruckus happening next door. There's also no process of denial of the permit in the ordinance right now. So I'd like to look at that as well. The city has been incredibly responsive. You all have been responsive. Peggy's been amazing. I can say code enforcement. She's the most responsive person I've ever met in my life. She's so on it. But I'm asking that you all do something about changing this ordinance. So thank you for looking into it, for myself, for Carter, for my family, for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Dayton, to be followed by Nicola Fry.
Like last week, I'd love to give 30 extra seconds for an ADA accommodation.
Yes, please.
I may not use it. I've got a short piece, but I want to be a little more clear. Thank you. Dear City Council, as many of you know, I live on D Street at 635 D, and this is in reference to the quick build and the project on D Street. To repeat myself, I'm a huge advocate for street safety on all of Petaluma streets and for D Street as well. Now that the quick build has been approved, the next question is, how are we going to evaluate it? Let us not forget, it is a pilot program. Once the quick build has been completed, I ask, how do we collect valid and reliable data in order to properly evaluate the outcomes of the pilot? If we don't have good data, how do we know if motor vehicles and trucks are actually slowing down? If we don't know that, how can we make the right decisions in advance of the D Street capital improvement project in 25-26? If we don't have good data to determine if all the parking on D being moved to one side is collectively safe for residents, guests, and professionals who frequent the street, we can't make an informed decision about next steps in advance of the D Street CIP. And if the data can't tell us if there are more or less accidents on D Street because of the quick build, then when it's time to finish the D Street CIP, we really have no idea what we're actually doing. That's the proverbial we. We must find a way to accurately research the outcomes of the quick build so that the decisions that drive the D Street traffic calming and bike lane implementation during the D Street CIP are made with accurate analysis. I think I have enough time for my last little piece. Lastly, I wish to ask you all to really consider if the residents of D Street actually have a voice in this project. I'm new to this game. I'm new to the city council meetings. I'm new to this process. I've learned a lot about the history in the last week. It seems that at one time a few years ago, this project was very collaborative. Now, I'm not sure. I am sure trying to be a collaborator as we go forward again. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nicola Fry, to be followed by John O'Brien.
Short one. I'd like to invite, personally, all of you to attend the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission meeting this upcoming Wednesday, April 17th at 6 o'clock in this very chamber. What is going to happen at this meeting is there is a presentation by the Senior Advisory Committee about our new proposal to create senior playgrounds and outdoor exercise and wellness projects in Petaluma, particularly one at Lucchese Park near our senior center. In addition, we're also going to be championing the placing of outdoor exercise facilities in other Petaluma parks. The slideshow will present our recommendations and a proposal regarding outdoor fitness, what qualities it gives to the life of those who are involved in it, and how it can be utilized by all citizens, including those with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. John O'Brien, to be followed by John Hanania.
Hello, I'm John O'Brien. There's been a problem I'm dealing with for about 8 years, and this administration did not create the problem, but they made it go away in about a couple of days. So, Mayor, council members, utility, I want to say thank you. You didn't cause it. It's been here for 9 years. And I do want to say something about PG&E and CPUC. If you enter a problem on the PG&E database and you hit submit, they give you a ticket number. If that doesn't do anything and you go to CPUC and they say fill out a form on our database, you fill out all these information, and I had a feeling that it wasn't going to do anything, so I kept a copy of everything I gave to CPUC. I hit submit. It said, thank you for submitting. We will look at it, and if we think it's worthy, we'll give you a ticket number. But they don't give, they said, if not, we won't use any bad words. But they don't call you back. And so there's no way to check up on what's going on in there. And I want to say that I'm a developer of embedded computer systems for robot cars. I'm a test driver for cruise automation. And I have things to say, but CPUC gave permission to the automatic cars to drive not in the periphery, but downtown, and a lady got dragged to the curb, went viral, everybody's pulling back. So I know something about that. I was a mechanic, and I was a developer of the software, and I was a test driver. So if you need me at any point, I'll give my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Hanania.
It's just my luck. Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for promoting within the department. That opens the door for upward movement. Now you're going to have an officer to a sergeant to a lieutenant to deputy chief, and you're going to have the open door to hire a new officer. And hopefully they'll stick around. The sheriff department of Santa Rosa will not steal them. But I do have a request, and that will be for Peggy. There is one individual at the police department deserve the decade recognition, and that will be Maya. She works the front desk sometime. She can put a smile on any person's face, and she is the most pleasant person I ever dealt with the last 34 years at the front desk. So I hope you can bring her here to give her the recognition of the decade. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last card, so that's our last public comment, and general public comment is closed for the evening. I'd like to bring it back to council and have council comment on their activities, and I'd like to start with the Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Shribs.
Thank you. We did receive a couple emails about leaf blowers, and I would support that we change the rules and laws for leaf blowers. I know the state's working on that, but if we do something locally, yes, I would be in favor of moving forward with that. Also, there's several folks parking in various ways and various types of parking. A lot of folks just complained recently that maybe getting that included. I know we need to work on enforcement, and especially for street sweeping. I know in my block, street sweepers don't get to it because the cars are parked always in the street there. It never gets cleaned. So those are issues that need to be resolved down the road here. So I just thought I read those emails and support those concepts. Recently, just a relief, we're talking about the trees being planted. I was out there Saturday, and we planted 70 trees with a crew of about 25 people. that was really good. That was over there by Sonoma Mountain Parkway, Sonoma Mountain School, in those green belt that was there. And I'll be working with the leadership team. We're going to plant more trees over at Casa Grande coming up in May. So yeah, everyone, Arbor Day and Earth Day is coming up, so please support those. This morning, the River Park Foundation had a meeting, and they are demonstrating the right way of going through a whole process of gathering community input. We're really working hard on making sure we have community input for equity. And these folks have gone way out of their way, gotten the grant monies to do so, and are really reaching out to everybody to try to get that our River Park made right for everybody. So they're to be commended for that, for the process that they're going through, and it's an excellent process. We need to also follow for the fairgrounds and other places here in town. And I think besides at 6 o'clock Wednesday, besides the senior park at McCasey, there's also a discussion at Kenilworth that I'll be going to on the revitalization of Kenilworth Park. That's happening also on Wednesday. So I hopefully participate in that. And maybe with relief, get some more trees planted out there too to replace the ones that have passed away. That's what I have for tonight.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report, but I have been concerned about the Airbnbs and would like to find out about maybe updating that ordinance, because, you know, when you live in a family neighborhood and you have people coming in and out all the time, it's not as comfortable. And I think there's appropriate Airbnbs, but I think it does take away from the housing. You know, we have a housing shortage, and then do we know how many Airbnb houses versus just small Airbnbs in somebody's backyard? And can we get that information I'd like to know more about how it actually works and the data behind it, and making sure people are paying their TOT tax. And how do people sign up, but also really looking at making some revisions to the existing ordinance. And I met with Michael Dayton on D Street, had a long conversation this last week. And, you know, I think working together with communities is important. And so as this pilot goes on, I think we need to, you know, just really look at it thoughtfully and move forward. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week I attended the Howard Street community meeting here at City Hall. There was about 20 people here, and really great presentation from our city staff about some of the safety improvements that are going to be moving forward on that street. There's a couple of different design alternatives, and at least with the people in the room, it was pretty much unanimous on what they were choosing. There was going to, I think it was notable to hear some things about adding trees, and it really touched on what our tree commissioner Rakusin mentioned about our public works team really taking beautification into their street projects. There's also one of the configurations that would add about 20 parking places to around the church. So in the name of parking, that was interesting. Something else to note, the Butter and Eggs Parade is not just about a parade. There's also a couple of opening events. There is the cutest little chick contest. You got to get your entries in by 4/17. And then don't miss the cow chip contest that kicks off at registrations at 9:50 day of. I hope Chief Miller is better than Chief Savano, because I've got a championship to defend with that. And then on the Airbnb ordinance, I think I'll be asking about that more on item 5. So just maybe some thoughts, think about what the process might be and the timing, because that would be something that we weigh as priorities to happen on agenda 5. And then finally, for the folks in the room that are here that were part of last week's meeting on D Street, I did hear you. I am committed to a D Street that works for everybody, 100%. And while we might not have agreed, I'm going to be keenly interested in the data collection methods and in the results and the findings and the experience of the people on D Street. And if something's not working, I'm going to be there advocating for you, because I want a street that works for you. I want it to work for everybody, and that may feel hollow right now, but I commit to that because I'm serious about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't overlook Chief Shock in the cow chip contest. Councilmember Pozike.
Thanks. I don't have much in terms of meeting results to discuss tonight, but I will say that I've been impressed through attendance at the Blue Zones event on Sunday and the Petaluma River Park event today, that our nonprofits that are doing big stuff are working together very well. I'm very pleased about that. And also took part in the relief planting. I'm proud to say that I've apparently, without even an application, been advanced to pod leader for relief planting. So I'm happy about that as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was only a week, but there was some event every day and some nights last week. I'll spare you all the details, since some of the information I learned was about other cities in the county that have recently won awards for their innovation on public projects. But it will be great information to use and have in Petaluma on different projects that the city faces in the future. Saturday was our History Week kickoff event at the museum, and we introduced this year's Better and Egg Days Parade Grand Marshal and the Good Egg. And I'm always happy to participate in the mini reunion of past good eggs. There's a lot of good in this community. The event was held at the museum, which in fact is part of our Parks and Recs department. I encourage everyone to stop by and see our park's history, our city's history, and become a museum member. Perks of membership are front row seats at the parade. Did you know that? You need to buy one of these little buttons for $5, and this parade button will give you discounts at numerous merchants in the city in the next week or so. It also supports the parade because it has a lot of sponsors, but we need all the dollars we can get. On Sunday, April 28th, the following weekend, is our antique fair. And it's from 8 to 4 at downtown Kentucky Street and 4th Street. And Sunday, I attended, along with the council members and staff, the Blue Zones project at the junior college. It reminded me of an old-fashioned Earth Day festival with lots of hands-on information for all ages about how to live in a healthy lifestyle, which is what Blue Zones is all about. And this, proud to say, the city of Petaluma is a major sponsor, along with the Healthy Petaluma. This morning, I attended and participated, along with other council members and the mayor and staff, a 3-hour workshop on the Petaluma River Park. Stay tuned. This park vision becomes a reality with lots of public input, as I think Councilmember Shribs pointed out. And I'd like to see us re-examine our Airbnb ordinance, and the sooner the better. I was very impressed with Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I don't have any liaison reports from the last week, but I will say that I do have a perfect track record of never participating in the cow chip throwing contest. And that's not going to change this year. And yeah, Carter already has his suit for being president. I have to say that was pretty good. And I would also support a very limited reopening of the Airbnb ordinance, because what I'm hearing in this particular situation, the common wall situation, I don't think is something we had thought about, and it's almost like a townhouse or a condo or even an apartment or a duplex, and I don't know that putting party houses and those kinds of facilities is appropriate. So I don't want a broad reopening of it, but I think a limited reopening on that very narrow issue could be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Carter, when you do run for president, call us. We'll help you get to be president. Yes. And so One of the lessons I think we've seen with D Street is how you can never do enough outreach and communication. And we have further plans to make road safety improvements, reducing lane widths on Caulfield, Eli, and Casa Grande. And it's really never too soon to start communicating with the public about significant changes like that in their neighborhood. I had the opportunity to join a fairly significant meeting with Councilmember Cater Thompson, combination of the California Air Resources Board, California Transportation Commission, and California the Housing, the HCD, and it was right here in Petaluma, and it was impressive. They picked Petaluma to host for that, and the main thing is they're talking about how equity works with air quality, with housing, and transportation all lumped into. Those are big investments by the state, and if they're doing them in an equity manner, we can achieve great things. A lot of the conversation revolved around the affirmative furthering of fair housing program and state laws that are coming on to assess and refocus resources to achieve this. So that was a pretty good meeting. I also attended the RAND board, which is a county-wide regional board, sheriff and police, county IT, where they approve tech that is being rolled out in the police forces. And the city has a seat on that communication board. And they have highlighted that one of the things they noted was the risks of hacking into EV charging networks and how that's different residential to when you might hack into a police car's computer system. And then I thank all our council persons who were well represented at the Blue Zone event this past weekend, and again, who were all well represented at the River Park event here this weekend. And I do look forward to the Butter and Eggs Day. The good egg this year is Faith Ross, and there's no one better deserving it, so we're happy there. And the Grand Marshal is Bug, is it Dieter's last name? Deacon of Heritage Salvage. Tremendous picks for both Grand Marshal and Good Egg. And that concludes my report. I'd like to pass it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. I do want to welcome two new staff that have joined us for a perfect goals and priorities conversation tonight. We've got Kat Riesinger, our new Deputy Director of Parks and Rec. So welcome, Kat. And Linda Lee, our Director of Human Resources. Thank you both for joining us. Appreciate you. Wanted to thank you, Drew, for letting me know our pool resurfacing is slated for this fall, and as soon as we get a more firm date, we will be circling back with all of our pool users and community members who are interested. Also to note that if you are attending Butter and Eggs, we have a shuttle. Our transit is free this weekend and next for the Antique Fair. And we will be running shuttles from the East Side Transit Center at Safeway, and the bus will take passengers to the Copeland Transit Mall, just a short route, walk to the parade route. So hoping that you forego driving and take our transit and give us a try. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And we shouldn't overlook, there's a bike valet at the parade route too. So bring your bike and it'll be in safe hands there.
City sponsored.
Thank you. Right. We're moving to the consent calendar here. Does anyone on dais have a question, staff? If not, I'd like to open it for public comment. Does anyone in the public have a comment? Please fill out a card. Madam Clerk, have we received any comments online for our robust
No,
consent
not for
calendar?
the consent calendar.
And our moderator, would you read our messaging, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
And I see no cards and no one making the rush to come forward, so I will declare public comment closed on the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Thank you. And
Second.
And a second from Cater Thompson. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 3 on the calendar, it's public hearings, matters for consideration. Item 3 is introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Petaluma amending Chapter 3.04 of the Petaluma Municipal Code to add Section 3.04.065, which will provide the Director of Public Works and Utilities the authority to approve plans, specifications, and designs for public works projects, which is in addition to City Council authority to review and approve plan specs and designs. To help us with this tonight, we have Dylan Brady, Assistant City Attorney, and Jordan Green, Assistant City Attorney. Help us out.
Good evening, council members, City Manager Peggy Flynn, and our community. We would like to talk to you about the Design Immunity Ordinance. It would codify the current process in the Department of Public Works and Utilities while enabling the city to take advantage of the affirmative defense in litigation, which will ultimately save staff time and the city's finances. So what is design immunity? It is a legal defense that protects public entities from liability for injuries allegedly caused by the design of public facilities, like roads, bridges, and other infrastructure. It's a defense for dangerous condition lawsuits. In other words, when someone gets injured, they sue the city and they say, I got injured because the intersection of that intersection was dangerous. It is not a failure to maintain defense, which means if we design an intersection and we put up a stop sign and then vegetation grows and obscures the stop sign, so someone didn't see it and they ran the red light, we would not be able to use our defense for this because we should maintain our areas. So this is solely for the design and of the intersections or other public works projects. It is codified in Government Code Section 830.6, which means that the California legislature felt so strongly about this defense for public entities, such as the city of Petaluma, that they codified it in the California Government Code.
Thank you, Jordan. And in a couple of slides, Jordan will discuss what the benefits are and the purpose behind the state legislature codifying design immunity. So here are the 3 elements that a public entity would need to prove to plead a design immunity defense. And this defense would be before any litigation. And it's very helpful because if it got to litigation, then you have a battle of the experts where we hire an expert that says the design is reasonable. The plaintiff would hire an expert, and then it would be that gets costly, then it would be up to a jury, and the jury would determine by a preponderance of evidence whose expert really was credible and correct. While if we plead this before litigation, then you don't have that battle of the experts, because all we would need to prove is that our design was substantially reasonable, and we would likely win on that defense and at least get out of the dangerous condition cause of action. So the proposed ordinance tonight really impacts the second element of design immunity, the discretionary approval of the design prior to construction and bidding. And there's 2 ways to get to prove that second element. The first one is either City Council approves the design and approval, and then the second one that really is the key to this ordinance is staff that has the authority that's codified in a statute that they're the ones that also approve. So either City Council or staff with a statute. And what this ordinance does is it codifies and says the staff currently who has the existing authority, they have the ability to approve designs prior to construction. And then I just want to highlight this third element real quick, substantial evidence supporting the reasonableness of the design. You might have seen in the last couple of months some new recitals and findings in our resolutions that award contracts that explain why the current design is reasonable. So that will help with this third element, and that's kind of going to be our practice going forward.
So, what is the purpose of design immunity? It is to prevent a jury from simply re-weighing the same factors considered by the government entity which approved the design. The legislature intended to insulate discretionary planning and design decisions by responsible public officials from review of tort litigation. In other words, it allows the experts to be experts. It allows our city engineers and traffic engineers to review plans and do what they're trained to do. But it does not stop them from bringing those plans to you and to allow you to review them and discuss and provide your input. So this is essentially another example and another way for the city to take care of the community and to protect its financial resources and its staff time. So one example where this could have helped us, and we'll give a few more, is the Alves versus City of Petaluma case. In that case, the original, which happened at East Washington and Killer, I think. Funny, thanks. I was like, they're in trial. But in that case, the original design was approved. We met all the requirements for design immunity. Then we had a driver, I'm going to say careless, who knocked into a street sign and knocked it over, and we no longer had a street sign there. Rather than just replacing it, our team of engineers and traffic consultants, they reviewed the intersection and they determined, you know what, it's not the best practice right now to have the sign there. Times have changed. We always look at what's the current best practices, and they made changes consistent with their training experience and best practices. However, because we did not have the record to show that those changes were made by qualified individuals who had that discretionary authority to approve designs, and that discretionary authority has to be given to them by law, which could be by the council adopting an ordinance such as this, which then becomes part of our municipal code, that we didn't have the clear record to show the court, hey, this is not a dangerous condition of public property. Rather, this is a reasonable design. It was done by best practices. And so we didn't have that clean record, and we continued through trial. We were still dismissed from the lawsuit, but having that, granting our staff that authority in certain situations will help the city in civil litigation. And as we're going to talk about it later, we're asking staff to also draft reasonableness memos, which further protects the city and the community members, because when they are reviewing plans, say it's just intersections or striping, they have to write down why this is reasonable and why this is really the best process for the community.
Thank you, Jordan. And I believe that Alves, Jordan and I were talking today, that had this ordinance been in place and the judge ruled in our favor, probably would have saved tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands on this Alves, just on expert fees, attorney's costs. It was a 2-3 week litigation, I believe. So definitely cost savings had this ordinance been in place. And then next slide, please, Galen. So besides when city council has discretion, the ordinance would also be helpful during change orders. Let's say here's a skate park. So city council, through a robust public process, approved the concept and design here. But let's say hypothetical, you start digging and for whatever reason, we need to change those plans. So staff sends a change order that says, let's move the half pipe over, a couple feet this way. If somebody gets injured on those changed plans, without this ordinance, we would not be able to defend through design immunity if somebody claims design or a dangerous condition. And the dangerous condition could be, without giving the public too many ideas here, the bowl's too steep, the rail's too steep, I guess, the half pipe's too Hi, I think I said those terms correctly. So besides the change orders that would help, there would also be emergency situations. There was the staff a couple weeks ago changed the Lakeville routes. So that would help in that situation if somebody got injured and claimed the new Lakeville route is a dangerous condition. Next slide, please, Caitlin. So here is the entire ordinance. It is only in one paragraph, but we decided that it would make it maybe a little easier to read if we split up the elements in black and red and then separate paragraphs. But Jordan on the next slide will discuss what those elements are and a little easier to read. So next slide, please, Caitlin.
Thank you. So essentially, and I'd like to remind Council that this is really codifying an existing process within our Public Works team. We will still bring projects to you. But the proposed ordinance elements are grant the Director of Public Works and Utility or their designee the authority to approve plans, specifications, and plans. Oh, there's a typo. For public works projects as that is defined in our charter or state law. So they already have the inherent authority, but this makes it nice and clean when we were to file a motion with the court. That designee must have the required training and skills to approve plans. Here, we are requesting, if you adopt this ordinance, that they have to be California registered engineers. And the designee, such as a city engineer or a traffic engineer, would stamp their stamp on the project that they've reviewed and approved these plans would be proof that they have the requisite authority and training. Next slide, please. So essentially, it codifies our staff's ability to approve plans, to have that discretion, and to raise this design immunity affirmative defense for dangerous conditions regarding the design, which saves public money and resources.
And just to say that conversely, so our Public Works, the senior staff, in their job specifications, it already states that they approve plans and designs. Like Jordan said, this just codifies their authority in their job specifications to approve designs and plans to help with these design immunity for defenses for dangerous conditions that staff approve. And this does not change at all the projects that come before City Council for approval of those designs. And they typically are the big CIP projects or the ones with a lot of public participation. So that is our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. As a civil engineer, I appreciate that protection. And let me look across the council for questions there. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so there's two words that sort of pop up through the presentation. One is called reasonableness and then expertise. So we need to establish along the way within their resumes or something that they have the proper expertise, that they're not unqualified to make these decisions, even though their print is on it. So that process, does that require more effort of documentation to demonstrate expertise up front? And then the other one is documentation of reasonableness. Is there specific forms or documentation that has to be created specifically just for the legal term of reasonableness?
So on the second question there, Councilmember, and thank you for your question, there is no explicit form that they need to create. We help kind of create one that will likely be included in future projects that you approve. And it will explain this project design is reasonable in our opinion because 3 or 4 staff looked at it. Our contractor also approved it. It meets the specifications of the MUTCD or the other guidelines. We have the training and experience, and we are a senior engineer. So those will all be facts that are laid out in that reasonableness memo, and they'll explain why, depending on some of the factors I just laid out. Maybe we took a look at the recent survey, complaints, crash data, all that information. And Jordan, you want to take the first question?
Sure.
Or I can.
That's fine. So the first one, the Director of Public Works would only be designating or delegating this authority to positions that are currently involved in this process already, or if we create new positions, ones where they have that expertise, such as the Assistant Director of Public Works, senior civil engineers, traffic engineers, one where this is inherent in their job and their expertise is already laid out in their job specs as requirements.
Okay, good, thank you. And I assume that these memos of reasonableness, that it's going to come through the legal department to review all those to make sure that those are properly stated?
We typically
We review all the staff reports, but hopefully it would come from the Public Works just because I can't really read a blueprint or have the skills to say whether or not the design is reasonable. But
I'm just talking about the memo of reasonableness. Knows the argument that this is a reasonable project, a reasonable design. So that being that's a memo that's being used for legal purposes, will that memo, when they write those, will you be reviewing those just to make sure that all the information is there that needs to be there in reasonableness?
yes, we will.
Okay, just wanted to just
Yeah.
double checking that. So it is going to take a little more time and paperwork and documentation.
Yeah.
Both to demonstrate expertise a little bit. The director has to have that form, whatever, that once he does the designatee, there'll be paperwork to demonstrate that, as well as a reasonableness memo that's get created, and that'll all go on file, and that's to support this whole process.
Exactly. And we hope that extra staff time to create that will also make the project safer because they'll take another fresh look at the project, reevaluate, make sure the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted.
Right. It's very similar to just a quality control assurance, Q&A, which
Yeah.
I'm familiar with in industry, just doing the Q&A on projects as well as designs things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so I understand how this works on a public bid project and on a change order on a public bid process. But would this work on non-formal construction contract? You call the contractor for less than $30,000 work, or for staff implementation? Because I mean, this is stop sign installations, really.
It would, yes. And that would be something, so City Council approves the award of contracts for all construction contracts greater than the charter threshold, which is around $33,000. So anything less than this, it would be staff. It doesn't need to go to City Council, but those that staff approve, the minor construction contracts we call, this would protect us there.
Yeah, I was interested in what the procedure was to make sure that some documentation occurred. I really didn't dream that the stop sign approval rating would go to the legal department, but internal processes are what they are. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to open this to public comment on this item. And I'd like to ask the clerk if we have any comments prior to the meeting by email.
We did receive one, and it's posted to the website.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'd like to ask our moderator to read our messaging.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no comments rushing in from the public, and I'd like to bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval.
That's a motion by Healy, second by Now. I can't tell you how many change orders I've processed that don't require significant legal review, and so I worry for the level of bureaucracy involved in the world, but I'm very appreciative of the indemnity. So with that, we have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. We're on to item 4. Item 4 is the resolution approving an allocation of open space acquisition funds to Earth Island Institute, Kelly Creek Protection Project for the Helen Putnam Park Expansion Project, and authorizing the city manager to sign documents for financing of the project. And I believe Councilmember Posake would like to speak.
Yes, I'll need to recuse from this item.
Due to your housing proximity?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And tonight, to help us with this item, is Heather Hines, our Special Projects Manager. And we await your presentation.
Great, and I just want to check in with the clerk. Are you able to pull this up or assist? I'm not seeing the share on my screen. Great, thank you so much. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. As the mayor indicated, the item before you tonight is a resolution for allocation of open space acquisition funds to support the Helen Putnam Park expansion project. Next slide, please. So just as a little bit of background, the Scott Ranch project included two components, 28-lot residential subdivision, and then a 47-acre park and open space parcel. Council approved the majority of the entitlements in February of last year, followed up by designating the Red Barn Complex a local landmark, and there are subsequent entitlements in process for the site plan and architectural review. As part of that review process and part of the packet was a letter of intent between Kelly Creek Protection Project, or Earth Island Institute, and Sonoma County Regional Parks. And with that letter, it was the initial agreement between the two parties setting up for the ultimate dedication of these 47 acres to regional parks for an expansion of Helen Putnam Park. So one of the things that letter of intent included was phase one improvements, which is part of that agreement. They were to be completed prior to dedication of the property to regional parks. So that includes stabilization of the main barn structure, removal of the abandoned structures on the property, restoration of the stock pond, eroded gully, and Kelly Creek riparian area, and then construction of the north trail along Kelly Creek, the lower parking lot, and portable restrooms. So the agreement was that Kelly Creek Protection Project would acquire the property, do those phase one improvements, and then dedicate it over to regional parks for ultimate ongoing operation and maintenance. One thing kind of towards that agreement and a step that Regional Parks is currently going out to preparing to go out to bid to complete the connecting trail. So you may recall, as part of the environmental review for the overall project, there was analysis of trail connecting existing trails in Helen Putnam to this expansion area. So they are moving forward with that aspect of the project. Next slide, please. This was the park concept, or one version. The version in your packet had a lot more detail in very tiny writing, but this was the park concept plan that was reviewed as part of the overall Scott Ranch project, showing those phase one improvements as well as some ultimate design aspects that would ultimately be at the discretion of regional parks to implement and that ongoing operation and maintenance. Next slide. So project funding, this is a slight update to the packet. The project costs $9.5 million is what is estimated to not only acquire the property for Kelly Creek Protection Project, to acquire the project or the parcel, but also to do those phase one improvements. So there was $4.1 million raised to date that was reported in your packet. Just to add that there is now an additional $1.45 million that was awarded from Sonoma County Open Space, which is $1 million for acquisition and $450,000 for restoration. So that is secured funding. Additionally, a packet is being prepared for consideration by the Board of Supervisors for $1.8 million to be allocated to this project by the county. So those are two additional significant sources of fundraising. And so with this local allocation request, that would really bridge the gap and down to 1.5 million in funds that would need to be further raised for that ultimate 9.5 million. And Kelly Creek Protection Project is actively seeking those funding sources through both private and other, the Coastal Conservancy, for example, other sources of funding. So the local allocation that is being requested from the city demonstrates local support, which is an important aspect to increase competitive funding. It was a question that was asked about when the county was considering funding, what is the city contributing to this? So when there's local funding, it helps support the project when they're asking for additional funding. Next slide, please. So our open space acquisition fund, that's the request for allocation of $250,000 is from our open space acquisition fund. The purpose of this fund is to provide funding to provide adequate open space amenities for Petaluma residents. There is a standard in the general plan that was set forth for 10 acres of open space for each 1,000 Petaluma residents. And this is a different standard, an additional standard to our park land standards in our general plan. So this is for open space. This fund, it can be used for a variety of things associated with providing open space, including land acquisition. Fees for this fund are collected from all new development projects based on square footage or the number of units. And there is a current fund balance of approximately $660,000 in that fund. We have not had other uses of this fund in a number of years. So that is the proposal for where that $250,000 would be allocated fund from. Next slide, please. Just touching on general plan consistency with this request. Obviously, general plan consistency findings were made for the overall project. Specifically, this allocation would help to support and facilitate not only the acquisition, but the needed phase one improvements and restoration for the subsequent dedication of that 47 acres to Sonoma County Regional Parks for Helen Putnam Park expansion, so open space in perpetuity. So in the general plan, there are a number of policies about maintaining permanent open space around the edges of the city, reducing and feathering density down at the UGB, which this is the final property before the UGB. And policy 2P68 included very specific components that are just for this property. So it talked about preserving the unique visual from D Street and Windsor Drive, about preserving the red barns, preserving and maintaining habitat and trees, trailhead facilities, restrooms, and parking with a connection to Helen Putnam Park. So this component of the Scott Ranch project really does all those things that our general plan policies were asking for. Next slide, please. I wanted to touch on just some milestones. When is this going to happen? A number of comments from the public were concerns about, is this really going to happen? When's it going to happen? So these are some of the milestones that Kelly Creek Protection Project provided. So acquisition of the property will happen once David on Homes receives their site plan and architectural review for their 28 homes, and that is currently in review with an application in review. So that was part of the sale agreement. So once that happens and the tentative parcel map to create what is shown as Parcel B, then Kelly Creek Protection Project will acquire the project. They are actively working on their regulatory permits and anticipate to have those in early 2025. which would then allow restoration and park improvements to begin in spring of 2025, with the hope to complete those by the end of 2025 and have the dedication of the property to regional parks in early 2026. So that concludes my presentation. The recommendation is for the City Council to approve the resolution that was included in your packet for allocation of $250,000 to Kelly Creek Protection Project from the Open Space Acquisition Fund. Jared Emerson Johnson, who is the director of Kelly Creek Protection Project, is here this evening and would like to address the council, and he and his team are here to answer questions that the council may have on this item.
Shall we proceed with Jared Emerson Johnson?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Council. Heather laid out most of the stuff I wanted to talk about, so thank you for laying it out so well. All of you, of course, have been well schooled on the history of this project over the last 20 years in some cases. And I just want to maybe take this time, we'll answer any questions you may have about it, but I just want to take maybe a little bit of time to speak to just the benefit of this project for the city, just as a reminder, because we get so caught up in the details sometimes. I think it's important to remember that this is going to be bringing a park so much closer to the downtown part of the city. It's going to be this increased accessibility. It's going to cut down on drive around time to that Chileno Valley entrance. Thousands of miles of drive time is going to be cut down, being able to access from the new location. Much more bike accessible, walk accessible. So in terms of climate and equity, this is a huge win for the city. And just talking about our long-term, trajectory, it feels, even though we're talking about completing this in 2016 or 2026, it feels like we're really in the home stretch here, even though we have a lot to do. So we're excited. We've been, working hard, making great progress with all of the various agency approvals and conservation easements and all of the, things that has to happen before we can really get into the work of restoring this land. My primary concern at this point is really doing the reparations of the gully, getting the land controlled so that it's not continuing to degrade after all these years of kind of neglect and overgrazing, et cetera. And so this money will really help keep things moving, keep it on track, get us to that point. We're looking to be complete with all of the permitting and everything by early next year, and doing the bulk of the work throughout the building months of next year, finishing up, by the end of the year with maybe a few little last details coming around into 2026 at that point, handing it over to Parks. And so just, hope you'll consider, what this, additional allocation will mean for getting us that much closer to closing that gap. As you've seen, we've been able to raise a pretty large amount of the money that we need to get there. We've budgeted it all out. It's all itemized and clear. And so I think a show of support from the city, a continued show of support from the city in this form, will help us with additional fundraising. It'll be a sign to other potential donors that, we're all in this and that the city is behind it. And I'd like to open up, if possible, to let Greg Colvin say a bit. Greg was the director of the Kelly Creek Protection Project up until about this time last year, and he might have a few words to say about specifically about the funding and kind of where we are with all that and our efforts to get to where we need to be to meet the budget we have.
Yeah.
Thank you, council members. I'm Greg Colvin, former project director of Kelly Creek Protection Project, and I believe it's appropriate to have turned this over after last February to the next generation, Jared, my stepson. And I just wanted you to know I helped participate a bit in the fundraising to meet the goals for complete phase one and acquisition of the park. And my role has been, to sort of work in conjunction with the county, with Bert Whitaker and Steve Arrett of the county parks, and also Supervisor Rabbit. And the two things that I've learned even more after we originally raised the $4.1 million, which is in escrow. This is not money sitting out there. It is in an escrow account credited to Kelly Creek Protection Project for the acquisition. The only thing that stands between us and the acquisition is the parcel map, the tentative parcel map, which will allow us to acquire parcel B. And the only thing that needs to happen before that is the SPAR consideration, which is joint between David On Homes and ourselves. So it turns out that we already had $1 million allocated in 2018 by Ag and Open Space. And we've taken steps which involve an appraisal and involve conservation easements and so on to qualify for that $1 million of acquisition money. As soon as that comes in, it'll replace $1 million of the $4.1 million, which was raised from the public, and then that becomes available for the restoration and improvement work. In addition to the $450,000, which was specially authorized by Ag and Open Space a couple of years later in order to address the problem of restoration. As we said before, this land has been degraded by 100 years of overgrazing by livestock. And we have a gully which is creeping up the hill toward the stock pond. And the steps that we're going to take include immediate steps to stop the further erosion of that gully. So the two things I want to say about fundraising to support this project are, so much I've learned about timing and leverage. And the question of how we fill the rest of the gap depends on how different funders look at what other funders are doing. And so far, the city itself has not been looked to as a potential funder. But frankly, our contacts in the county said, David On is being asked to contribute in lieu funds to the park and open space fund of the city. Isn't it possible to look to that? And I was delighted to see that by looking to that, the 14 acres that the city is short in terms of, isn't this right, Heather? In terms of meeting its current goal for open space will be more than met by the 47 acres that will be added within the city limits by our acquisition and development of this area as a park. So what this $250,000 will mean to us is we're right now able to proceed with all of those permit works and restoration works that are otherwise not presently funded. I mean, we could fund them, but having that $250,000 from the city means that we'll be able to move quickly with the restoration. As you probably know, these things don't happen every month during the year. It's seasonal. So there's seasonal things that we need to do this summer. And permits, all the permits we need, hopefully will be acquired this year, but some of it might go over to next spring. We want to stay on course because every year that it doesn't happen adds to the construction costs. So the timing and the leverage of the amount you're considering tonight is absolutely critical, and I must say, extremely welcome, very generous, and thank you. I'm hoping that there'll be no problem approving this, and we're happy to make whatever reasonable points may need to be covered about the use of the funds. Thank you.
Thank you. And does that close the presentation?
That closes it. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring it back to council and see if there's any questions from the dais. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I have one question for staff. Is the proposal to just approve the $250,000 tonight for their fundraising effort, or is it going to be made contingent on them actually obtaining the full $9.5 million that they need? Because I don't want to, finance, half a car.
Understood. And Eric can probably assist me here. So what the resolution is it's allocation of the money, and it grants the city manager to execute the contract for that grant that funds, and make sure that we have the needed protections for the city's money to make sure that what we are getting is the ultimate park. So I don't want to say that I know exactly how that's going to be structured in terms of shall not be released until, but that would be one of the details we would work out with the grant agreement before any money is actually provided.
Yes, thanks, Heather, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Healy. There are no transactional details specified in the reso before the council tonight, but I appreciate, staff appreciates Councilmember Healy's point. We would want to ensure in the arrangements that we make and that the city manager signs that we are providing for getting the project that we're supposed to get and not funding a project that remains incomplete. We are heartened, as I imagine the council is too, by the very significant fundraising progress to date, but that doesn't mean that we should be venturing public money to something that's not going to be completed. So we're happy to take that as direction with respect to the arrangements, but if the council has more concerns they want to raise.
No, I think that was satisfactory. So if we pass the resolution as presented tonight and give that direction, then we're good.
Absolutely. We would have been sensitive to that anyway, but glad to hear the council's direction with respect to that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, in general, I fully support the principles and ideas that we're moving forward, but there's a couple of questions I think that have been raised that we need to really answer moving forward. And so I got basically three questions that maybe lump them together and we'll work with them. So just for Kelly Creek, I know it's a lot of money that's going for a nonprofit. So is there a financial audit and review of the actual operation so far? And as we move forward with the $250,000 and all the other grant monies, I know when you're giving grant money, there's lots of review of that, how that gets spent. But the review process for this $250K, is there, will we be, as Councilman Healy was suggesting, a little bit more oversight on that and watching just the other concern is just how the operations are moving effectively and efficiently moving forward to get all this done. I'm operating in the assumption that everything is moving well forward correctly and appropriately. The other part of the question would be, we have $250,000 designated of this of $660,000, which leaves $310,000 basically for looking at it. Actually, it's $410,000. What type of alternatives have already been proposed? We don't want to have money just sitting there doing nothing. We need to use it. So there's $410,000 left over. Do we actually have other places, other open spaces that would like to have that $410,000 so that we have competition for the monies? And then, and as for earmarking, once the money is designated for $250,000, is this going to basically operations and getting permits and things, or is it actually going to go into something substantial like the path, rebuilding the pond, refixing the gully? Is there a way of earmarking or designating this money for specific restoration work that needs to get done or repair work that needs to get done rather than just like a general fund allocation? So let's just leave that, those are the areas I'm concerned about.
So the way the money is spent will need to be consistent with the provisions of the fund. So it outlines specific things that it can be used for. So when we do the grant agreement, we would be very specific in terms of making sure it's used consistent with the way the fund is set up. And there would be, part of coming up with that grant agreement, whatever ways we need to assure that it is being used the way that agreement is set up.
So there's a way of making sure that it is not going to, let's say, salaries that are just for operational things. It has to be specific things.
It has to be consistent with the parameters of the use of funds from the open space acquisition fund. So there is some leeway in terms of it's not just only acquisition. I think it says acquisition, construction, improvements, all to facilitate the provision of those amenities. But we would write any kind of grant agreement with KCPP to ensure that they're spent consistent with that fund. Anything to add to that, Eric? No.
Okay, good. Then
That's another thing that our arrangements would cover. In other words, the restricted nature of the funding, timelines. You saw some of the milestones for the project. I think we addressed those, et cetera. Thanks.
good. And then alternatively for these funds or the $660,000, is there other open space ideas that we have that we would like to fund down the road here, or is this money just sitting there?
It is not already allocated. So there's $660,000 approximately in that fund at the moment. There has not been the use of that fund in the last several years. I can't quote exactly when, but and we don't have anything else currently allocated towards that fund. We do have other open space projects that we're working on or are
working their way through the process
yes,
that haven't come to council yet.
Yes, so. But that haven't made a request or are far enough along to bring to council for allocation.
Right, because I imagine between the River Park, which we saw this morning, there's the future Greenway, there's even parts of Fairgrounds that could be open space. So there's Lafferty could be another project that could allocate and go after these funds also.
I think we'll see that when we get to goals.
Okay, good. I just want to just check out the total funds and how they're being allocated and what the plans are for the total amount of $660,000. And then is there a way of designating, is there any specific projects, could we designate specific uses of the money even further than what's in the open space fund?
That I'm not sure if we want to get more specific than that.
Eric, did you want to weigh in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, just for specificity, because I know with the open space fund, there may be a lot of generic statements as how the money gets used, and there's lots of leeway in there. Would we want to be more specific about how the funds are used, or just go with the current, just the open space fund policy?
So the fee legislation that the council's previously adopted is what it is, and some of them are more restrictive in the sense that some of the fee programs actually list improvements that are eligible for funding. This one is more flexible. So it's not before the council tonight to change that or to modify that or elaborate on that. What's before the council tonight is whether to allocate some of those funds for the purpose of contributing to this project, consistent with the fee program and what its permitted uses are. So I'm not sure beyond that what the question is. Do you, Councilmember Strips, do you mean you want to be narrower in what the permitted use is than the fee would say, or I don't know?
That would be just a possibility I'd throw out there, whether or not it would be for the path creation, since the path's going to get created 6 or 10 foot, to get that one trail done. So like part of that phase one construction actually done. So would we want to put it toward construction projects or just general make things happen out there?
I mean, the purpose of this allocation request is to contribute money to be able to make the whole thing happen. And so I'm not sure.
Yeah, one of the concerns, like I work with nonprofits, and whenever we write for grants, it's, okay, we're going to use this money, and it's going to be 70 trees in this spot, it's going to be 100 trees in that spot, or it's going to be this many plants are going to be planted. So almost all grant monies are very specific as to how the money gets used. And this seems to be more of a general gift type money, following policy of how it's used, but there's so much flexibility and vagueness of how it would be used, whether it be paying someone to go get permits or consultants could get paid out of this to do certain works, or we're making it hardscape on the ground type of funding.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, we haven't gotten that specific. We haven't drafted an agreement yet, and the direction that we would go would be to draft an agreement that made sure it was consistent with the allowable uses of the fee reso, unless there was some other direction.
Yeah, I know the staff is working very closely with the Kelly Creek Foundation as well as for the trafficking that's going on there, the improvements that are going to be happening, plus the park amenities. So I know there's lots of cooperation going on. I know the design, lots of work is being done there. And I just want to make sure that we have, because as soon as you start giving money, you have to have oversight a little bit. So just making sure we're going to have the proper oversight, that the money is spent well and appropriately. It's not as large as the $1 million or the $2 million that may come from parks, but it's still a hefty amount of money. I just want to make sure that there's some follow-up and follow-through, that we don't lose track of where that money went.
Right. So in accordance with the discussion we had earlier in response to Councilmember Healy's question, I just want to emphasize this is not a gift. The vehicle that is being discussed is a grant. A grant is a form of a contract, meaning that monies are dispersed in accordance with terms of the disbursement as specified in the granting document. And these monies would need to be for purpose that's consistent with the purpose that the fees impose, which is open space acquisition. We'll need to check to see if it can be used for things other than actual property acquisition for that other than that cost. For example, one of our development fees is a park development fee that is intended for improvements as opposed to acquisition. We have other fees that focus on acquisition. Interestingly, the Quimby Act fees that are a matter of state law, while they're expressly focused on acquisition of parkland, they also are permitted to be used for development. So we'll need to see how narrow it is. I just don't have it committed to memory, and it's going to take me a few minutes to access the actual fee document as to how much latitude it gives us, but we'll need to live within that, and I don't think it gives much latitude beyond acquisition of open space. So,
and I used some quotes directly from that reso in the staff report from the fee reso in terms of what it says these can be used for. But again, we will follow closely. It is obviously imperative that the public's money isn't misspent from what that fee outlines. So we will make sure to work that into any grant agreement, which we would do.
Yeah, well, I'm fully supportive of what's how we're spending the money. So the concern is $250,000 enough for what needs to happen. One of the critical factors is having enough skin in the game so that Coastal Conservancy and the other bigger funders say, oh, the city has skin in the game. And if they're providing multiple millions like that, is $250,000 enough to demonstrate the skin in the game for the city?
If I could, and help direct this forward, I think the staff proposal in front of us and the Kelly Creek proposal request is for a fixed amount. That's the request. I'm comfortable with honoring their request, and the staff proposal is, rather than have all the details in front of us, give them any guardrails we want to give them, which I think Councilmember Healy has helped set up and the report set up. Rather than us be able to know everything today, we're talking about delegating the final authority and if we have a constraint, to say the constraint we're concerned about. But I think we all hear the constraints you're concerned about, and hopefully we can direct staff to execute on this.
Okay, good. Just want to get clear as to what we're doing here and why we're doing it.
And I'll ask one follow-up on that. Is Kelly Creek able to construct any work prior to, any constructed field work prior to ownership? Does the transfer have to happen before you can get on property?
We need to own the property before we can do anything. Yeah.
But your studies and things could perhaps proceed.
Yeah, we've been working on that for a while.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. Yeah. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yes, all this talk, as a person who works for a nonprofit, all this talk about restricted funds makes my head spin. Can you speak to the likelihood and the timing of receiving the county funds?
Not specifically. I know they're going to be considering it soon, like within the next few months, I would imagine. And
got you.
Yeah, but
no idea about probability or anything like that.
We're optimistic. We feel good about it, but
okay. And then with the respect, like with the notion of releasing these funds or holding these funds until you hit the $8,850,000 mark or so, would that have the intended effect of allowing you to keep on track, as we said, or?
Can you repeat the first part? I'm sorry.
What Councilmember Healy brought up about like not wanting to finance half a car.
Oh, like not
right?
not releasing it until we made up the rest
until
of the gap.
The full delta is met. Because part of like just again putting my like person who works for a nonprofit and when you're always trying to go for something big, you're not raising for trees, you're raising for a park. Is it going to have the impact of, as we said, like showing leverage or staying on track if it's
if we could receive it sooner, it would certainly help us raise the rest of that gap.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Yeah, I think I was on the same track as Councilmember Healy. Could you repeat what your request was?
Well, I think the resolution was that if we pass the measure before us tonight and provide direction to staff that, when they're negotiating the actual agreement, that we want assurances that they've achieved all the fundraising they need to accomplish their goals before our funds are released. So we're not, financing half a car.
Right. No, I get that.
So that will work.
And I agree with that. And all my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Well, with that, I'd like to move it to questions from the public. And I'd like to ask our clerk if we've received any public comment prior to the meeting.
Yes, we received 7 public comments. They're posted to the website.
Thank you, 7. And I'd like our moderator to read our messaging, please.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and to please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
Thank you very much. And how many cards do we have today? So we have 3 cards, 3 minutes. So I'd like to invite Danielle Venton to be followed by Sherry Fabry Marcia.
Hello, Council. I'm very pleased to speak in support of this project again in front of you. I've been interested in it for a number of years. I grew up in this area and remember the proposed original project and was opposed to it. And so I'm really happy with the current design of the project. I am even a very small donor. So the $4.1 million donated by the public, a very tiny slice of that is mine. I really can't wait to see this project come to fruition. I think there'll be an enormous community benefit. I feel like that, and so many of my friends do. The access will be better. I'll be able to ride my bike to the park. There'll be enhanced recreation, historical buildings preserved, habitat that really needs to be restored. So I urge you to do what you can to show some local support or continued local support behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Faber Marcia, to be followed by Chris Court.
Good evening, Council. I'm Sherry Faber Marcia. Been with this project for 20 years. Always supported a park expansion for the community. Didn't support the homes, but that's a different story. So supported the best idea of a park. We've all had to tighten our belts over the last couple of years. That might mean we purchase more generic products at the grocery store rather than name brands. Maybe we do staycations, going out to the coast, doing some local things. But apparently, when you can't come up with the funds that you promised to the city to finish phase 1 of a plan that has already been approved, you get to just ask the city for their open space funds. There's another option. Scale back the park plan. Build one parking lot and a trail along the edge of the property to connect with Helen Putnam so all of the community can enjoy this wonderful piece of property. Then hand the property over to Sonoma County Parks. Let them decide how to allocate resources to maintain that trail and that parking lot for the community. If they have more funds, maybe they'll complete the entire park plan. If there are no funds, then at least Kelly Creek Protection can keep some of the promises it made to the public. Years and years of what we were told. The lack of transparency on this project has been incredible. I've learned so much about politics. Access to Helen Putnam Park is very, very much wanted. Interestingly, on November 6, 2023, from the city communication, the financial impacts for the landmark designation of the Red Barn Complex is a cost recovery application with the full cost of entitlement processing paid by the applicant, no charges to the city's general fund. And I understand open space, it's a little different of a title, but maybe there are other entities, maybe they should know about open space monies that have been in the pipeline. Maybe not as far as this one, but they've been around and the community has worked on many projects. So I think it should be fair of how we're dividing up the projects, the monies. And if they don't get more monies and the supervisors don't agree with something, are they going to keep coming back with their hand out? So I really encourage you to look at the words that you write on this important document. Ask the questions. You've asked very good questions, but make sure there's detail in the agreement because things will get by. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris Court.
Yes, when this project first came before the council and it played out over several years, we were always told that there would be no cost to the city. We have many, many quotes that span from 2018, where then city manager John Brown said that KCPP has not requested, nor are they requiring any funding from the city. In 2019, Earth Island said those funds that were raised will go toward the effort to convert the park into a public park with no cost to the city. There's an editorial from Diana Gomez and Richard Marzo in June of 2022. KCPP has committed to significantly improving the parkland area before transferring it to Sonoma County with no cost to the city. This has been a pattern. City council meeting from March 15th, 2021, quoting Greg Colvin, able to add this land at no cost to the city. Scott Ranch Community Meeting, February 2021, no cost to the city. Another meeting, Greg Colvin, again, no cost to the city. It shouldn't be incumbent upon the city to help fund this. This is not how fundraising works. I've been involved in many nonprofits for quite some time, and we can't rely on city funding. If they need additional funds, they have to make a good faith effort to raise those funds, and they can't rely on the city. And that's been my experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no others coming forward to speak, the public comment period is closed on this item. I'd like to bring it back to the dais for comments. Councilmember Healy.
Sure. So I just wanted to emphasize one thing that maybe hasn't been stated clearly, and that is that the funds that we're being asked to allocate tonight are not taxpayer dollars. They are development impact fees paid by developers in town. And with that, I would move approval of this with the direction that Mr. Danley and I were discussing earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Now is seconding then. Any other comments? And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. Just knowing what fundraising is in the nonprofit space, this $250,000, like I would support conditioning it on receiving the county funds, because that creates more of a momentum to help get the county funds, to say that we have another $250,000 hinging on that when you're asking the county and those comments. But the full amount, closing the other $1.5 million, work could start and get moving with $1.8 million, or in this case, it would be $2.1 million roughly of additional funding. Work could get started, and then the other $1.5 million may come a year down the line. But if we condition it on them hitting the full $9.1 million, they're like, the money won't start actually delivering any benefits, and until they hit that. And knowing in the fundraising space for a nonprofit, when you start showing progress, you start showing work starting, you start showing these things, and then you say, we've just got this one little gap, that creates more momentum. And so it won't have the intended effect of really showing the local match if we attach too many strings to it. That's my thought. And just putting my fundraising hat on, this is what I do every day. And so if I were in their shoes, I would be saying, condition it on the county hitting it, so that when they go to the county then has momentum, and then they can start work with $2.1 million. And once that work gets started, and they can say, look, we just need to close this last mile, and voila, that's done. And that's how you keep them on track and you aid their fundraising efforts. But if we require them to hit 100% of it, there's just going to be this lag, and it's going to be this slog, and it doesn't really help. So I would propose a friendly amendment to condition it on the county contributing the requested amount, and that will allow them to start putting that money to work.
If I could, I think there were 2 county dollar values involved.
My understanding is that the funding through open space is already committed.
And are we discussing the open space or the added?
The Board of
1.8 million in county park funds. Okay. That's what I understand is coming in the next couple months, and I want to absolutely create as much momentum and for that as possible, and for you to be able to say we're going to lose $250K if we don't get the 1.8 million. But I don't. Once you get that, I want you to be able to put it to use and start work.
We've provided several. Well, yes, please.
Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. We're happy to take that direction. That's we're subject to similar requirements ourselves sometimes, or others. nonprofit partners we're dealing with are. I just checked with Heather, and she said enough funding has been raised to acquire title to the property. I would say that's a critical milestone that we would want to build in because not having site control is a big deal, and having it, that's a permanent change that itself largely ensures that the project will be successful and materialize. The other thing is, and the council may not want this, but I did look up the specific purposes for which open space land acquisition fees can be used, and they're broader than just land acquisition. They can include design, engineering, right-of-way, engineering costs, consultant costs toward that end. So if you want more detail on that, I can provide it, and happy to take your direction about the conditions of the grant that you're discussing.
Would the maker of a motion accept that friendly amendment?
Well, I don't want to buy half a car, and I don't want to buy 3/4 of a car either. So I guess the question to Kelly Creek folks is, do you have sufficient funds in hand right now to pursue the work you need to do before acquisition? Do you have the money that you need to do, permits and things like that?
To get to acquisition, absolutely. Yeah, we're expecting. It's really just the SPAR approvals that need to happen.
Okay,
basically
but
in the parcel.
in the meantime, you have the funds to work on getting your permits. And
Yeah.
things. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave the motion the way it is. Thank you.
Okay. I would just ask the council. We're not helping them with fundraising as much as we think we are. If we put that kind of a string on this, if we condition this on the county supporting it, work will get started, and we'll start to see like measurable progress on this. I'm wondering, maybe straw poll, if other people on the council where they're at on this, because just as this is what I do every day. Like other folks have other jobs, but this is what I do every day, and this is not going to help them as much as we think it will. I literally know how to do this stuff. This is what I do every day, and we could be helping them a lot more in getting momentum for their project.
The council can certainly comment across the dais real quickly on that concept. I'm not seeing Kelly Creek jumping up and suggesting that Councilmember Healy's motion is problematic for them, or staff identifying that as a problem. And I think we're delegating to staff to do the proper things for both parties. I'm comfortable the way it is. Did you wish to weigh in, Councilmember Strip?
Well, I've actually was thinking of tying the two together, with the county, because this is the Board of Supervisors, correct? That would be approving this. And when is that going to come before them?
There's not a firm date. What I have been told from KCPP is that staff, there's been ongoing conversation with staff. They're preparing the report, and in the next couple months meetings, it will be brought before the Board of Supervisors. So there's not a date. I even looked today on the agendas and didn't see it.
So there's not a date. So why couldn't we put a contingent on that the Board of, on that 1.8 million before we allocate our 250,000?
Well, I mean, I think you could if that's the direction from the council.
I mean, I would support that.
I think we're talking about cross purposes, right? I think Councilmember Barnacle wants to assure the note, and I think your proposal is more like ensuring they don't move to that next step without. I'm not sure they're in sync.
Who would move to the next step?
To not encumber to not say that we're putting our funds in without worrying about the parks is to constrain them, or to say that we are waiting for the parks is to constrain them. I don't see the constraining. May we invite just Jared Emerson Johnson back in to weigh in?
Well, I would just say that if making it contingent on the approval by the Board of Supervisors is something that people feel strongly about, we would be fine with that. We really just want to keep things moving along, so if that.
I would say right now that's not what the motion is. The motion is that this is contingent on you raising a full amount of $8.85 million before we would actually release the funds.
Which would be, not our preference.
Gotcha. So your preference is to make it contingent on the counties?
If it was one of those two.
Yeah.
Because that'll allow us to just keep,
Yeah,
take
exactly.
the next steps.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we have Kelly Creek saying what their preference is.
We have a motion on the floor, and I don't see the maker jumping up to modify the motion, and so with in a second, a motion and a second, and so I think we'd like to proceed through to a roll call vote at this point. And could we get a recap on what the actual motion is, just so we're all clear?
I'd be interested to hear what other council members, if they would be willing to support a 1 point contingent on the county funds, if that motion was made. And I'd ask that you vote no if that is the case, so that we can actually help them with their fundraising.
And we have Councilmember Shibbs, you haven't weighed in a bit.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilman Barnacle on the proposal. Also, just going through procedures, if we're doing the rules of procedures, I think we do have to have some discussion after motions. There should be some discussion and straw poll there done before you actually take a vote. I remember from my Robert's Rules of Order. But I would like to support Brian Barnacle's suggestion, and if it's an amendment to the motion, because it is critical as a nonprofit to be able to use funds in order to get more funds. But they have to be used, and these funds need to be used next year or the year after. It might take 3 years to get all funding done. And I don't want to see the project sit there for 3 years because they don't have all $8 million allocated. They only have $7.8 million. They didn't reach the $8.5 million, whatever is needed, and therefore they can't spend any money from anybody. And then all of a sudden, everything falls apart. So you've got to use money as you go. And I think what we are doing is basically providing a little bit of cash flow money. I don't think we're providing project money. It's not $1 million. It's only $250,000. So this is basically just get the wheels moving money, as far as I can tell. And nonprofits need that. And so setting up on milestones, I would say step to 2 milestones that was suggested. One is the county and the acquisition. Acquisition goes through, the county says go with their amount of money, then this money needs to be able to be spent to make everything else happen and needs to be at that point, not wait 3 years from now until all the money is allocated. So I would be voting against it if the amendment is pushed forward. If that was original, I would be voting against it, only with the attachment of Mr. Barnacle's, Councilmember Barnacle's friendly amendment.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't want to be buying 3/4 of a car, and now I'm hearing council members say they don't really care about that. So call the question, please.
And
which means debate stops.
Yes, quite.
Thank you.
Thank you for our Robert's Rules corrections and everything, and we're back over to the clerk. Again, the recap on the motion is that the way we have it set up as the existing. Describe that, please.
Yes, that, and I don't know, Councilmember Healy, about the title acquisition, if that's a condition that's part of your direction, but I understood you to say that the raising the full amount of money budgeted for the project would need to be satisfied before the city's funds were contributed, and that we would have other terms in the grant, and we would ensure that the use of the funds was permitted under the terms of our open space land acquisition program. Does that capture it? Thank you.
And is everyone clear on what that means? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
No.
Cater Thompson?
No.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake recused. Shribs?
Just to be clear, we're just doing the amendment or the full motion?
And that's why we were.
I'm still not clear. Are we voting on the amendment?
We're
or the
voting
motion?
on the motion as made
motion.
originally without amendment.
Without amendment. Yes.
And
You just said that you were going to vote against it. Against Councilmember Healy's and vote
That's where I
for-
want to be clear.
I'm going to make a
I'm
second
voting
motion
against
after
the
this.
amendment, not against the actual original motion for 250,000.
No, the original motion is Councilmember Healy's motion as I just described it. We're not voting on the amendment right now. It's just Councilmember Healy's motion, which is to approve allocation of the funding, including a requirement that it be spent in accordance with the purposes of our fee program, and that all of the funds that are required for the project are raised before the city's funds are dispersed.
Right, so it'll be another vote on other
We
amendments.
don't know
Depends
that.
on this vote.
Okay, on
That's
this
all
vote,
we're voting on.
I'm going to vote officially, change that to a no then.
And I had difficulty during this whole conversation too.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the clarity.
Thank you.
And I'm on a no vote on this, so the motion fails. And
All right.
so I think we're open to a new motion.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion that we will release the $250,000 upon contribution from the county parks of $1.8 million, or plus or minus whatever the full amount is.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second, and honoring Roberts, we'll have a discussion if anybody has anything to comment. And Councilmember Healy?
So just for clarification, we actually don't use Robert's Rules of Order. We have our own rules, and there are differences.
That's why we keep our attorney in the house here. The one comment I did have on this is that as several of us sit on the advisory board at Sonoma County Open Space, one of the things we notice is all the money keeps sitting in the bank till somebody builds a project, even if they've been approved for multiple years. So I'm anxious to see money get moving. So with a motion and a second, please have a roll call vote.
Yeah, before you vote, just I would still recommend that one of our requirements be that the Kelly Creek Protection Group acquires title.
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the roll call.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
No.
Now?
No.
Posake recused. Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Please invite Councilmember Posake back into the room. And thank you very much for that presentation and the support necessary to get us to the conclusion there. We move now to item 5 on the agenda. Receive updated goals and priority work plan for fiscal years 2024-25 and 2025-26, and to provide direction to staff. And tonight, staff's presenting a work plan developed from the feedback received at our February 26th workshop. And we will walk and talk through each of the council priorities and milestones for achieving each. So I think the way the conversation is going to work on this topic tonight is we'll kind of have opportunity to ask questions after each priority is presented, and then take public comment on each priority and bring it back to council for final comments too. And to lead us off on this, our city manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Tonight, staff are excited and duly prepared to discuss the city's council's goals and priorities for the next 2 fiscal years. As is the council's practice, annually we review and prioritize goals and priorities in alignment with our budget cycle to ensure the work plan is set for the new fiscal year starting July 1. We will be presenting a work plan developed from the feedback we received at the February 26th workshop with council. We will walk through each council priority and the milestones and timing for each. Council will then have an opportunity to ask questions after each priority is presented, and then we can take public comment on each priority and bring it back to council for comments. Next slide, please. So at the council's February 26th meeting, staff categorized council priorities into 3 areas of focus, which allow for more comparable prioritization within a category, kind of an apples to apples. Then with work plan items requiring a different set of resources, level of effort, funding source, and time commitment. At that time, we recommended wrapping capital projects up in our annual budget discussions in May and to prioritize them among the rest of our capital improvement projects. Tonight's conversation will tee up our budget workshop in May, where we will be positioning resources to address all city priorities: capital, operational, non-discretionary, and discretionary, those that are non-negotiable and are required, and those that have been identified as council and community priorities. Next slide, please. This 2-year work plan is presented for the council's strategic consideration with the ultimate goal of implementing each of these priorities that align with our organizational values: empathy, equity, innovation, collaboration, trust, service, and excellence. This prioritization process requires thoughtful deliberation and alignment with these pillars of our organization to ensure that our resources are directed toward the most impactful projects for our community that reflect our commitments to the community and support the organizational cohesiveness for achieving them. Next slide, please. We developed the proposed work plan based upon our current environment with the staffing we currently have, the funding we currently have within our current environment, barring any unanticipated priorities, let's say, for instance, like district elections, emergencies, economic downturns, or changes in funding or staffing. For the most part, these represent those discretionary initiatives that we are doing in tandem with non-discretionary regulatory, legal, and operational work that has to occur to run a well-oiled organization. Next slide, please. So as we go through each priority, you will see this chart, and it doesn't really reflect the level of effort, but it does show the affected departments that are championing each of the milestones that you see here. And then we've broken it down by year 1, year 2. Year 1 is our fiscal year starting July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and subsequent fiscal years after that. Next slide, please. To keep our finger on the pulse of our work plan and to ensure transparency in and accountability of our work, staff are proposing to provide regular updates, regular status updates. So once we have formalized this work plan, coming back to council on a regular basis to give status updates to the council and community, create a dashboard on the city website that's updated regularly, as well as project updates on our website and in city communications to give the community an idea of where we're at. And the final slide, I believe. So this is another way of looking at this proposed work plan. It's a little wonky, but we had a great time kind of trying to figure out how best to show which departments. We broke this down by departments, and what you see here is each department with the number of milestones by year. So, and of course, I don't know if you can really see the bottom part of it, but year 1 is green and year 2 is that orange color. The out years are a little more nebulous. And you'll also see at the bottom number of full-time equivalent staff available to work on these discretionary initiatives, number of those positions filled, and the total number of employees in that department. And why that is significant is given the work that we do on a daily basis. Most of it is non-discretionary time. It's regulatory, it's legal, it's required to run an organization. The initiatives that we are talking about tonight are, we kind of say it's in our discretionary time, which is relatively 10% of our time, give or take. And so just for instance, you'll see our city attorney's office. We've got 3 available staff to work on our initiatives. Those positions are currently filled, and they have a total of 5 staff. Clerk, same thing, 2 available, 2 filled, 4 total. CMO's office, my office, we have 5 available. We have 3 filled because we have 2 current vacancies, with a total of 7 in our office. So obviously not all created equal. Fire and police, they are the majority of their organization. Their departments are focused on day-to-day response. So I have just a few staff that can work on, for instance, the fire station. So just so council understands, when we're talking about working on these initiatives, we've taken all of this into account when we're considering scheduling and timing and how to structure some of these, the implementation of some of these. And I think that's the last slide. We will switch to our priorities list, and we have 26 of these initiatives. So there may be some that council would like to drill down further in, but I will ask each director to come up and talk about their lead initiative, which I think retail cannabis is you and
It is.
and Ingrid. Eric.
Yep. I'll wait for Ingrid to come join us. And Peggy, we're just going to run through the 2024 through 2026.
Through the milestones
chart.
that we've, right.
Sure. And obviously,
Can I
council,
ask one question before we get a little bit rolling and invite other council to feel free to, can I call it interrupting, to interject questions. Keep it up. So feel free during the commentary to do that. So the proposal you've got here with the greens and whatnot, so this is what aggressively we hope to achieve in year 1. How do we define, is that what we're saying?
It's a very ambitious plan in year 1, yes.
But that's the goal, really.
That's the goal.
Okay, so anything that comes up that's not already in green is up in that discretionary conversation. So that's how we're going to view this. Okay, all understood? Good. Please continue.
Yes. And it's, I think we're going to be challenged to complete, but can complete all the green items that are listed for year 1. But if we add to that, that's going to, most likely be a zero-sum exercise for us to look at what
We'd
we're
have to
adjusting.
switch something else out.
Right.
Something else would have to give.
Right, and the way we've organized this is in sort of bundles of work that are sort of how we structure our work, and the council will have questions about that, and we'll be doing our best to answer them. And the view on this chart, it combines both years, and obviously you can see in the different colors on the right timeline column into which year they fall. So I'll start with the year 1 things for retail cannabis and ask you to jump in, Ingrid, especially as we get to year 2. So when we say the incremental plan on line 1, we're referring to the direction the council most recently gave, which was to begin in year 1 with amending our existing regulations with respect to the limited locations in which they permit cannabis commercial activity. But the next line further characterizes the council direction which we received, which was to permit up to 3 on-site retail cannabis sales establishments in the city. But I believe the direction was at the locations where cannabis commercial activity is currently permitted, because it's that expansive look at other locations that is adds a lot to the task.
May I ask?
Sure.
Can I look up and down the dais for a straw poll? And maybe do we feel good about what's shown here for cannabis? Okay, everybody's good on the cannabis. Can we move to the next item?
Sure.
Perfect.
So that's through years 1 and 2. No questions. Okay. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Heather. Tree ordinance.
Tree ordinance. So this is really doing most of this in year 1. So completing the draft, we already have a partial draft that did go before the tree advisory committee and received some comments. We are now addressing those comments, filling in a couple of the sections that we were still working on, and we are targeting a July date to be back before the Tree Advisory Committee with a full draft. Concurrently, we have started strategizing on our community outreach effort, wanting to get that started, not just when we're coming to hearing for adoption, but to get that started so that information is out there. So this really has us, coming to City Council for adoption in year one. The Urban Forest Management Plan has kicked off, and we are doing some of the data collection that will go into that plan. Year two is really then implementing the ordinance, so updating our processes, doing further outreach, our permitting system, our staff working in different ways with the new ordinance, and then obviously ongoing work with our community partners, planting, education efforts to maintain, protect.
Okay, let's open it up for a little comment here on the council. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, thank you for that. So this isn't really a scheduling issue, but it's just, I'm kind of curious about, a preview of coming attractions. And this one's kind of been flying under the radar, at least from the council's perspective. Is this proposed tree ordinance going to cover trees on private property, or is it in the public right-of-way or public trees? Or I think we have this voluntary heritage designation now. Is that going to remain or go away?
So it is going to be dealing with trees on private property, both if somebody just wants to cut a tree down without a development project, but also as part of development projects. It will also deal with street trees. So trees in the right-of-way will also be part of that. So we are doing some updates to the Muni Code as well as the zoning code to clarify that process. And heritage trees, I don't know that yet. We haven't talked about eliminating that program. It's a voluntary program. So we haven't, that has not been the focus thus far.
And then just follow up on that briefly with private trees on private property, which we've not regulated before. Is there a size limit
Yes.
that kicks in, and is there also how do you deal with fire safety issues? If
We have some exemptions or like expedited review for fire issues. So and we do have a minimum size requirement that's written in there in the current draft that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Tree questions, tree comments? This will obviously create a budget impact for the city. Will that be available to us in this budget analysis here next month?
Well, this came to council when we talked briefly when we talked about the fees, the fee schedule.
Right. I think that was one of the things that really caught everybody's attention was like the permit cost was over $1,000.
We're spending a lot of energy planting trees. So obviously the ones that we have, we want to be able to retain as much as possible as long as it's not a fire hazard or a public safety
Right. But the
issue.
urban forestry is a budget consequence and things like it would be good if these initiatives had long-term costs, associated where appropriate, where we could make budget decisions as well as policy decisions concurrently.
We will get to that, I think, when we talk about implementation and have a better idea.
And we are trying to look at the additional costs that to be absorbed by the permit to have, for instance, we now have a consulting arborist under contract to kind of supplement staff resources and to look at what would the permit cost be if that consulting arborist went out and did the site visit or the consulting on different ideas to deal with street trees before they're taken out. So we are looking at those costs to have that incorporated into our permit fees.
Comments on trees? Move to the next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the top line is cut off there, but we're focusing on the zoning code update, and so that is inextricably tied to the general plan update. And so you'll see in that first line item, what we expect in year one. Council will get a preview of this on the 29th of April, is starting the discussion around land use alternatives. So once we're able to establish what the council, what the public envisions for the land use and what it should look like over the next 25 years, that will help us kickstart the zoning code update. And so we are tying the start of the zoning code process, and then the adoption would shortly follow general plan adoption in year two.
And you're able to do concurrently the zoning code update and the general, before the general plan is finished in EIR?
So, so we would, the general plan update predates the adoption of a new zoning code. So think of it as the implementation of all the great policies and programs that are listed in the new general plan.
Anyone? Going once? Okay, let's move to parking ordinance update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a City Attorney's Office, Police Department item with other departments, like especially the Economic Development and Open Government Department helping with outreach, Public Works playing a role. In year one, it's evaluating potential modifications and assessing potential legal issues. As a quick reminder, prior council direction from prior councils was to adapt the San Rafael regulations for the city, and those are good regulations, and that's a straightforward exercise. However, the issues around parking regulations have evolved since then, such that there's been litigation in other communities about regulation of parking that can be challenged as prohibiting people that are otherwise shelterless residing in their vehicles. So that's a consideration, and we would be looking at scope of what this council would like to regulate and prioritize in year one. For example, there may be considerations about commercial vehicles versus recreational vehicles that can be shelter versus recreational vehicles that can't be. A consideration in this, I think, clearly is the experience we've gained in the city, significant investments in providing for our shelterless community members with both accommodations but also critically services. So what we're showing for the year two would be the actual enactment and community outreach pieces that we're used to from our recent legislative projects, and those would be as expansive or as focused as the council would direct. We would anticipate a grace period before enforcement and then commencement of enforcement. That's what's reflected in year three. Depending on the scope, again, if there's a permitting system addressing residential parking, there's a signage requirement and also an administrative and regulatory component for that. So that's what we're showing, and happy to address any council comments or questions.
Councilmember Schribb.
Just a question on as we're developing the parking ordinance. I know there's some pushback as to make them more lenient or more strong. And I think we've had several complaints, desire to, if we could make a policy strong, but allow exceptions. So for the homeless and others, exceptions could be made either on the spot or later on, but you could actually avoid that issue. Could we avoid it by putting together a really strong parking ordinance and do the proper strong enforcement along with it, but allow exceptions as the need arises based on the conditions of the situation?
I think you're giving staff direction, and good. But is this the time to discuss what the ordinance should include? Do we wish to get into the detail at this point?
I was going to stay at a higher level and say the short answer is yes. we could do that. And if it helps you envision that sort of teamwork process with the council giving direction and staff implementing, you could think of the recent mobile home regulation we did when we listed features for you to consider before we drafted regulations, and you gave us direction about features you wanted, didn't want. Something similar could happen with respect to parking
Okay, just as long as I know
regulations.
there's going to be a process, we can work
It
on
would
that.
definitely be possible, and we could treat things like exceptions and also requirements, look at them at the level of features, so the council could be
Thank you.
clear.
That's all I was concerned about that.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
So I want to know, what can we do about the 72-hour rule? So you can pretend to move your trailer that's parked on a city street, and which is never moved, by the way, most of the time, and they're not getting ticketed because they'll put a tag on the vehicle, and then if they see the tag, then they'll move it, and they bring it right back to the same place. And we've had like a 25-foot, 30-foot, motor home at Bond Park for 2 years. And what are we going to do about people storing these vehicles on front yards, and size of the vehicle that's allowable in driveways?
So the short answer is we will do what the council directs, and those will be among the features that we talk about in terms of what's in, what's out of the regulations, and what are some alternatives, because other communities too struggle with enforcing those same requirements. They're relatively easily avoided. So that'll be part of the discussion, I'm sure.
Be part of the discussion when?
In year one. I don't know if is that slated more?
And I think we've left out a public input, community outreach on that prior to council adoption. We have one after council adoption, but prior might be good too.
I think the sequence that we're showing is backwards there because it shows adoption before outreach.
Well, the outreach, I think, we talked about this. I think the outreach was
we made
after the fact, but we need to do outreach prior.
Yeah,
to
right, definitely.
Just to add some input there, there's a few notations that I think staff made that may not be reflected in that attachment, but we had envisioned in year one, council workshop for policy direction and developing the scope. Also in year one, evaluating the potential modifications and preparing working drafts based on some of the considerations the city attorney mentioned. Additionally, conducting a community outreach regarding the draft ordinance and the regulations. And then in year two, going to council adoption of the ordinance and the regs, as well as in year two, developing that permitting system process or system and the city signage. And then in year three, going to a 6-month grace period of enforcement where we're basically advising and putting courtesy notices on everyone in violation, getting compliance there, with the following of that 6 months going into the enforcement phase. And those would both be in year three. So we do envision that workshop preceded by drafting, preceded by community input, followed by the adoption.
And I apologize, this attachment didn't get updated, but you can see it on the screen that we did make some slight modifications. There's a few more milestones in year one, just as the chief mentioned, as well as year two.
So I guess we're saying let the record reflect there's modification to the record here, and these are included items. Good.
So what I'm hearing is that basically nothing's going to be done. Some things will be done in year two, but enforcement will not be. And we're just going to still live with what people are writing and complaining about. And with the 72-hour rule, we may as well say that we're not going to do anything because the 72-hour rule is problematic.
Yeah, so we did, for just recollection, in 2019, we brought this before the council at that time for direction and consideration. We did a pretty extensive community survey in advance of that item, and there was 57%, 60% supportive of maintaining the 72-hour ordinance at that time. So it wasn't something that we got direction to evaluate. And then going into 2020 and the subsequent years, there's a number of different considerations now post-pandemic, and in light of some of the considerations the city attorney raised, where we've still been monitoring and evaluating recreational vehicles, boats, and trailers and those impacts. But we'd be happy to include in our workshop the evaluation of that 72-hour ordinance.
And we will be doing a lot of education. I think we can do a lot of education during our outreach to talk about what that 72-hour rule is and how to comply with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and to that point, I would offer that we welcome community input when there are concerns or a vehicle in violation to get that reported promptly so we can address it as efficiently as possible.
I'm not finished yet.
Please, continue.
Well, I hope that they are addressed, because I can assure you, I probably have a list this long that it has not been addressed. And I've been dealing with this for 8 years. And I feel like I have just hit a brick wall, brick wall, brick wall. And then we're talking about, the concern with homeless people. So are you saying that the trailers, motorhomes around town, if somebody says somebody homeless is living in there, even though that hasn't been the case, then then we're just going to close our eyes to this? To people living on the street?
We're saying that that's going to be a topic that we probably need to be discussing as part of the council's deliberations that we didn't discuss before. That's all.
I don't like to see when I see year 1, 2, and 3.
It's the council's eager for us to make as rapid progress as we can through this list of priorities, and so are we. But, I'm just in the background here, I'm making notes to myself. We're lead or like co-lead on 7 significant projects in year 1. And I'm going to actually, my note is like, I actually need to calendar, the sequence for year 1. Cannabis, UGB, tree, parking, PSAG, purchasing, and West Wing. So,
are you feeling the heat yet?
Yes, yes, I am.
Good.
I am feeling the heat, and that's fine. That's what I'm here to do.
And the follow-up question is, what can we do to support you to get all this and more achieved?
Well, and what I would say is, what's really critical about this is the prioritization. That the things that you really need to have us accomplish this year get done this year, and so that we're actually making projects, getting them accomplished and not spread too thin. So we'll be taking the council's direction, that's for sure.
Okay,
thanks.
And can I just add, Councilmember Cater Thompson, we always can tighten up enforcement. We are going to go through your list of 8 years of those areas that are problematic, and we will be focused on those. So, in lieu of having that ordinance ready in year 1, we can do, there are things that we will do. So we hear you.
It's not fair to the residents in neighborhoods. It really is not fair. And it's just getting worse and worse, because during the pandemic, people bought these luxury, items, and they chose not to store them where they should be stored. And they're stored on a city street. And if they're stored in the driveway, then all the cars, are now on the city street instead of within driveways. So we always talk about parking, problems, but we create our own by not, by letting this run amok for way too many years. So that'll be it, but I'm sure.
Okay, so I think what we've discovered here is where a goal doesn't match expectation, and for timeline. And so I think that at some point, we'll need to come back and say which goal gives to, if a council member wishes to push the priority on an individual here, maybe the proposal should be at, expense of which, but these don't have a ranking across them. So that's going to be a trick discussion when we get to that point.
It's going to be really dependent upon which departments are really leading that effort.
Sure.
And, what are we horse trading, right? So if there's something else that we say, hey, can we, what else can move on that's on the city attorney's?
So we'll have to remember, we need to come back to horse trading once through the list.
Because I want to see even now how code enforcement between the planning department and then the police department, different code enforcements, and find out why they have not been enforced. And I'm just going to give an example. A guy with 2 commercial fishing boats in a cul-de-sac. It lasted 3 years, never a ticket. And 4 o'clock in the morning, turning the motor on and just being irresponsible. And he was a firefighter, and not in Petaluma, but in Marin County. And he was rude, disrespectful, and I feel as though the department was not doing their due diligence. It seemed as though there was a pattern. If you work for a municipality, you weren't ticketed. Karen Now's son got ticketed, but yet these other incidents, they did not get a ticket. So I just want to point that out. And now I'm done.
Yeah, and I would just briefly say that there's not anyone in the community that receives preferential treatment whatsoever. And if there's any indication of that, then we would address it and hold ourselves accountable to that standard. We did mention that, as the city manager indicated as well, we're looking for ways to improve our efficiencies, improve our tracking and reporting, and our follow-up on the complaints that we're getting to ensure that we are addressing and touching every single one of those complaints that's received.
Right. Sometimes it's policy decision, and sometimes it's code enforcement decisions that we're not trying to, may not need new policy. We may just need enforcement. That'll be important to distinguish. Vice Mayor.
Yes. On the one where you want to conduct community outreach, we already kind of know what might be the responses to folks. Can we add a statement in there, or a simple addition, and help find alternatives? So I know we may not be, when we're regulating and doing things, setting laws, we're a big stick, but where's the carrot for the folks who don't have anywhere else to put their vehicle? So we need to have a carrot stick also. So in part of the outreach, not just on the ordinance regulations, but maybe help find alternatives for folks who are parking illegally, so that we can find solutions, not just hammer on folks. So we have to do both of those things together, not just one.
Right. Likely all these big initiatives involve an introductory workshop and then an outreach period, and then a back to council period for your input. Councilmember Now?
I want to do a shout out to Police Chief Miller. He gave me an opportunity to see firsthand on a ride along. A lot of neighbors had complained, and so I went through the district and I pointed things out. Some things were legal and some things were not legal. And some the neighbors pointed out are visual. They are, you can't cross the street as we have safe routes to school, but it can't be safe if it's a blind crosswalk, because you can't see around this big trailer or this big commercial boat or this big commercial truck. And so they might be parked sort of legally, but we're also going to be putting in the red marking, I forget what they call it, this new state law, so that we have more of a buffer for those crosswalks and for the safe routes to schools. And some of it is property value. A neighbor was saying, I'm trying to sell my house, but my neighbor has 3 boats in the yard and possibly somebody living in one, in an RV parked, and they have 5 cars parked along the neighborhood. So some of it is property value. And so the sooner we can get on board with this, the better.
Thank you. If I could toss it back to the city manager for a second, we have 28 items in this list, and I was wondering, do we have a plan on public comment? Were we going to wait till the finish line, or were we, was there a plan on that?
Well, we had talked about going through each one and asking for public comment after each one, but I think, yeah.
Okay.
I think we kind of.
So I think we're moving rather fast on this, and it's, pardon me?
You could also do some bundling if,
I was thinking bundling might be a good idea if the council's willing here, and we are at 4 items. I'd like to get the housing element in and then invite the public in for public comment at that time, maybe bundle at 5s. So Housing element, who's up next?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so housing element, this was adopted by council March of 23, certified by HCD, our state entity. And so we have been working to implement the 8-year implementation plan. And so that in year 1 is what we're focused on. One of the big task items here from a legislative perspective would be identifying recommendations to do some amendments to the existing zoning code. And so when I was last up here, I talked about the overhaul for the zoning code as a whole, but we are expecting to open up the zoning code with a focused intent to make improvements to facilitate housing affordability, housing production. And so that's something you'll see here in short order in year 1, and then with the actual update to follow shortly after in year 2, and then again ongoing every year. As you got the presentation on our annual planning report in April, or at the previous meeting, we will be reporting back to council on our progress on the upcoming items that we're working on as it relates to the housing element and what we've committed to the state on doing.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, do we have any plans to look at right-sizing impact fees, addressing some of the issues that we're seeing now with, like, we've waived impact fees for affordable housing projects, and now we're seeing affordable housing developers try and not comply with our desire to see fossil fuel-free housing. Do we have any plans to look at those sorts of things?
Thank you, Councilman. Yes to all the above. So in addition to looking at our successful track record on the fee reduction that we took, the strategy we took there for facilitating 100% affordable that the city supports, we're looking to see where else we could take that. And so I think out in the legislative world, there's a lot of discussion around missing middle and how do we incentivize production of that housing that is missing, I mean, for lack of a better word. And then also as part of the housing element implementation, we have committed as a city to look at the fee structure to make sure that if someone is building a 1,000 square foot home versus a 25 square foot home, both single family, there should be some way to incentivize production of smaller units, the units that we are looking to really help push. So I think up until now, the state, ourselves, MTC, ABAG, there's been rightfully so a big push on 100% affordable, low income. And I think what you're starting to see now is needing to address that next step of moderate to above moderate.
Great. And then we're definitely going to be looking at our fees and as we update our Nexus study. We're talking 3 years out before we have like full new fees probably, right?
Yeah, so great question. So this is essentially similar to the zoning code that needs to follow the update to the general plan. And so there would be a Nexus study that would follow adoption of the new general plan. So we would be looking in the realm of 2 to 3 years.
Do we have any plans to do any adjustments to our fees before that? And if so, what might the timeline for that be?
So we are looking, we want to come up with a plan as we're committing here in this first year on what we can do ahead of that, similar to what we did with the 100% affordable fee reduction.
All right, that's all for questions. Thank you.
Housing element. The affordable housing fee waiver that we did do was a huge step forward. are any other efforts like that direct? It seems unlikely to try and achieve within a 1-year window. Is it possible to achieve any of the reduced square footage fee, the other patterns, any of them achievable within a year?
So I think that's what we, as you see here, we need to develop the work plan, and then we can recommend what those changes may look like for council to consider. And so what I'm envisioning is a full suite of different options. And then, of course, that is tied to staffing and resources and where the council may want us to prioritize our time and resources.
And I think hopefully we'll be looking at a ballot measure, November, BAFA, and pushing money into our system. Do we have bandwidth to deal with that?
We most certainly do. It's at the top of many of our lists at the moment, so we're working in close coordination with the county, our partners such as Generation Housing, to come up with an expenditure plan for the county. And so that's something we've been meeting regularly on, and so it is at the top of our list.
Not as an identified priority, but as part of the base workload?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, I would just remind folks that this whole impact fee area is going to be extremely fraught if the California Business Roundtable measure passes in November, this will just become a total minefield, so keep your eyes on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's item 5, housing element. And with that, I'd like to go to general public comment on the 5 items we've tapped so far. And the first speaker is, and I have to ask the clerk, have we had input online to all of our issues tonight?
Yes, we received 13 public comments on all of them.
13, thank you very much. So our first speaker is John Hanania, to be followed by Susan Kirks.
I hope I don't sound like a broken record. Parking. I hear the city attorney say, about adopting to San Rafael. Have anybody asked why San Rafael had that model? It's because the streets are too narrow and safety vehicles, the emergency vehicles, can't get through. Let me remind you of something. Mike Healy, a few meetings ago, when you were talking about the electric vehicle, verbatim what you said. Well, what do? My garage was made for a Model T, and I told you, remember that thought. So what do you do when you have no place to park? One of you is very adamant about making the parking pass, very, very adamant for a personal issue. I had a long discussion with John Schrebs, and I think he have a good idea. Let's find a place before we give punishment. Sometimes, okay, let me just get to Brian Barnacle. 2 meetings ago. We don't live in Missouri. This is Ronald Reagan town. We're not in Palm Spring. We're not in Hollywood. This is Petaluma. Okay? You're trying to make something, it's not going to happen. Okay? You need to find a place for all these vehicles to park. Okay? One of you said, I don't care how many people come down to City Hall and complain. It's not going to happen. Because I think the decision sometimes is already made before it comes to discussion behind closed doors. And it shouldn't be like that. One of you criticized the parking enforcement. Well, in my opinion, the person who's doing the parking enforcement is doing a very good job, but he needs more help. You can't have one person 4 days a week going around marking cars. And you keep saying you don't have money. Let me remind you something. I have been through 6 city managers, 6 mayors, and with Brian Barnacle being sworn in today will be number 8 police chiefs. Nobody have the knowledge or the experience that I've been dealing with parking in the city of Petaluma. But some of you have no interest or desire to hear it. Why? Because it doesn't align with what you want. The majority of the people back in 2011, when you had Sims as a interim chief, okay, standing back there with Tim Lyons, Dan Fish, and Ken Savano, who was the traffic sergeant at the time, okay? The people lined up. I think the only one who remembered that was Mike Healy. You couldn't have anybody walk in here to how many people came here and complained. So you need to find a middle ground for the parking, okay? San Jose just bought 2 big lots, one for homeless people, one for storing vehicle. Why aren't we following that model? Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Kirks, to be followed by Stephen DeLue. Thank you. You're right. We'll save the card for that period. Stephen DeLue, is it in the first 5?
I'm going to sound like the broken record that I am, and I'm going to start by advocating for the banning of gas-powered leaf blowers. Okay? On page 43, and by the way, I represent a small but mighty group called G Street Action. On page 43 of what is called the Blueprint for Carbon Neutrality, the following statement is made. By 2026, consider banning gas-powered lawn and garden equipment in the city. I have little time to elaborate on this message except to say that I hope you will embrace its recommendation on gas-powered lawn equipment. As I have said in my letter to the council, which I sent to you earlier, ridding the city of gas-powered lawn equipment will first significantly reduce the carbon gases entering into our airspace, and second, taking this step will save many from the harmful to health medical problems that these instruments cause. Small off-road engines, or what are called SOARs for short, emit toxic particles, which are very harmful to the workers who use SOARs. Furthermore, the noise from these machines may pose health risks, including hearing loss. I hope then that we can do what many California cities have already done, which is ban gas-powered leaf blowers, if not the same for all SOARs in general. And in the process, protect both our lawn care workers and reduce significantly carbon emissions. Therefore, I ask that you place this item on the agenda for discussion, deliberation, and action. Thank you.
Thank you. I think council, that Elise Hemphill is our last speaker, but I will note to this past speaker that we will collect ideas, and after the 28, hit all new ideas with a comment too. Elise Hemphill in the house? No, Elise Hemphill. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see, that closes public comment for first 5 items, and we'll begin with the next item, which I believe is parking management.
Thank you, Mayor. So this falls in the realm of, I think, totally appropriate, just housing and transportation. And so the focus here is on a different part of parking. And so this is related to our management of parking downtown. So by the end of the upcoming fiscal year, I think the idea is we will have a plan in place, identified on how to manage one of our key resources and commodities, which is our parking, our public parking in downtown. And so not just the inventory of the parking spaces, but also the usage. And so the usage of our spaces, if we all sort of put ourselves in the driver's seat day in and day out, we have new businesses, new office uses coming into town, into downtown, and they have specific uses, whether it's all-day parking, different needs. So all-day parking, short-term parking, drop-in parking, and so all of that we want to take inventory and have a better understanding of how people are using and how people want to use our public parking spaces downtown. And so that will kick off what we are advocating for a multi-year process to manage parking downtown. And so that's using our parking lots. That's, could we come up with creative solutions with our downtown property owners on shared parking agreements? And so all of that is what we're going to explore as part of this process.
Thank you very much. From the dais, parking management, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I had a constituent ask me if there was any plans to look at other parts of the city after the downtown area is studied.
So what's prompting this effort is a MTC grant, and the focus on that is for downtown. And so as we complete the focus, which is downtown parking area, we could come back to entertain and to have that discussion about other places in town.
Great, thanks.
And also implement strategies that we've learned in the downtown to see if we can apply it elsewhere.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So,
Gator Thompson?
so you'll be reaching out to property owners for like weekend parking and evening parking on weekends, because there's a lot of parking lots downtown.
So there are a lot of parking lots, a lot of parking spaces downtown. And so one of the strategies that we think will come out of the plan would be to explore those, make those options available to us. So can we come up with some sort of template that we can start working with property owners when they're not using their parking spaces on the weekend to open it up for other uses, so we're maximizing this critical resource downtown.
And will paid parking be just evaluated?
So it's a concept. It's not new to have sort of a price paid parking, and so it's a strategy that is going to be offered up, explored. Ultimately, that's at the discretion of council to move forward. But there is a lot of pros and cons to that as well. So we want to make sure that we're balancing that.
And will you be evaluating like shuttles so businesses can park somewhere else and then they'll be able to get downtown with the shuttle every 15 minutes? Or
yes, great segue into the city looking at this holistically. And so, as our city manager had mentioned in her comments, we are in the starting stages to create some options, right? So ultimately, we want to assess, we want to get a good sense of the parking spaces, but then also as we're making and providing options to get people and incentivize people to come downtown and leave their car at home or jump on the smart station, the smart rail to get into town and to spend their discretionary funds with our local businesses. Those are all important considerations. So if I know that there is going to be a free option, a dedicated option, a reliable option to get downtown, I'll definitely think pretty hard to keep my car at home or sell the car even. And so that's what we're trying to balance and accommodate for the future that we, have been talking about carbon neutrality and all the above.
Transit's an essential part of the success of any parking management plan, and since we run our own transit agency, I think we might know some peeps. So,
what about merchants parking in downtown? Because I know that still continues, and it's been just decades and decades of a problem. Will you be reaching out to talk with the merchants?
Absolutely. They're a very integral part of the equation, and so we want to make sure that there aren't any unintended consequences. And so we've already started those discussions related to the shuttles. We've recently circulated a parklet survey with our downtown merchants, our property owners, our community, and so we have some pretty initial positive results that are coming out of that, high participation rate, and so all of that is going to help inform the study.
And then, so you'll be looking at parking time also? Because that's a complaint, you'll get that somebody really wants to be downtown for 3 hours, but then their parking space is only good for 2 hours, and then they get a ticket.
Right. So what is that sweet spot? Knowing that some may spend 3 hours, some may spend 4 hours, some spend the entire workday, 8 hours and above. Some only spend 20 minutes. Some just need to drop in and pick up, I do this frequently, pick up soul food to take home, right? So that, how do we make sure that those options are available and they're in the right spots? And that's, working in close coordination with our Public Works department.
Thank you. Handicap. As our older generation is living longer and we have more handicap and they're not giving up their automobiles, they need that handicap parking. I have gotten to an age where I am driving people that need to be close to where they want to get, to a store or a restaurant or a hairdresser, and there's no handicap available. There's like one on the whole block. So we need to think about that aging population and how the handicap need more handicap parking in the city.
I agree with you 100%. This work is already commencing. We have a multi-department effort right now evaluating for two reasons. Because of the need, like you said, we're an aging population. We want to make sure that downtown is accessible for everybody. But then also there's a little state law that we also need to contend with. And so we are currently going block by block downtown to make sure that we're in compliance with state law, but we're also making sure that the spaces are there for everyone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, there is some history to attempting to require paid parking in this town, and it's not pretty. I don't know how many people on staff remember it. I'm sure the city attorney does. We attempted to require paid parking in the Keller Street garage. That didn't last long, given the community pushback, and I'm not sure that much has changed on that.
So, Councilmember, yes, we aren't advocating at this point for paid parking. It's just when you look at the scope of parking management strategies, it is a potential thing that will provide information. Fully aware that there's history, and again, we need to weigh the pros and cons of any of our policy and their impacts.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you're not advocating for anything or against anything yet. But I do appreciate hearing that you're looking at converting other lots or, negotiating with property owners. Can't tell you how many nasty grams we get regarding getting ticketed at Volpe's or ticketed from the theater district when someone parks in bank areas there. And handicap spacing, it may not be that we add handicap spacing, is maybe we convert. isn't a state thing, but convert to handicap drop-off spacing so that there's always a curb frontage. I really appreciate in the theater district on the boulevard, there's a pickup spot where you can park for 10 minutes there. And it may be that when you do bring proposals to council, you will find one who, a mix of the council who wants left and who wants right. And so getting to council is important, like the item of how long a time space should be. There's science behind all this, but it may not be the science that the public accepts. And so having those public dialogues means these goals take a lot of time to get done. Councilmember Poske.
Yeah, I just want to suggest that I saw this item listed as goals and priorities, and it seems like we're getting awful deep into the weeds for goal and priority setting. I just want to bring that up. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I concur, and I'll admonish everybody to try and stay on thinking that we're going to have to pick and choose here in a minute, rather than drill down into the technical of it. Appreciate the course correction. I think we're set there and moving to charter amendment. Councilmember Now, did you wish to weigh in?
I just wanted to go back to the parking. Now that e-bikes are so popular, I have been asked why there isn't more bike racks. And I know we have some grant money coming, but where do e-bikes park? Are they like a motorcycle? I don't have one, so I don't know.
Do you want to take our time of the priorities to drill down on that question, or can we get that from staff back in a comment to us?
I think it'll take just a second.
So to your first question, we did receive grant money and we've purchased bike racks and we have started the installation. I think a handful of them have gone in and there's quite a few more to go. And e-bikes generally park using the same facilities that we install for regular bikes.
Okay. That's all I clarified.
Charter amendments? Who's covering charter amendments?
I'll start with that one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're showing that for out years 3 and 4, there's basically two charter. The process for charter updates is the same as originally enacting charters. There's a council-controlled process. There's a process where committees elected by the voters. That adds a significant amount of time. It's a pretty good chunk of time anyway, because there's a number of required hearings and probably even more that would be needed to have a really successful process and the community to embrace the results. So the minimum, even for the council-controlled charter process, is like 6 months or more. So we've split it up into years 3 and 4 to coincide with election years and to provide ample time for community outreach and discussion. This would be a very significant but a really rewarding exercise for me and for my office to do, because as I've mentioned, I think it's ultimately going to be a necessary step to really modernize the city, for it to realize even more of the potential that it's been realizing in the past few years, and to go forward ready for the next century of achievements and excellence. So this has the features of any sort of ballot measure process, because it is a ballot measure process, and that's another time factor. Anything else? So that's what we're showing for this.
Okay.
Council compensation is a factor, but if you think of all the things that are in our charter, very restrictive public works provisions, old vestiges from when we ran the school district elections, pre-Prop 13 taxation language. So there's a lot of cleanup, a lot of restrictions that I think cry out for streamlining and a more modern document. But that's
council, any comment on charter? Okay. This is a workshop where we're working both ends of it here, if you will. So let me start with the vice mayor and then go 2, 3.
Yeah, just maybe a request. Because instead of waiting to 3 years from now to actually hear something back, is there a way we can have at least updates once a year as to what progress has been made, once a year at least, between now and 3 years from now?
We can do what, I mean, you're our bosses, so if you want updates.
I think you're proposing a modification.
We'll be glad to provide you
And right, so
updates.
instead of having just year 3 there as far, I would advise council regarding options and waiting 3 years for that to actually happen. Is there something that would be helpful to you to have some feedback in years 1 and 2 as you're doing this?
Probably, and I'd probably want to structure that so to help facilitate the feedback, because I mean, probably the council needs some background information about how charters function and the process, et cetera. So if we shared that, which we have resources for that, we could facilitate that if you like. I would just caution about what that really is starting the project early. And there's a reason why we're pacing these things, and the council may decide this project's going to move up, and that's the council's prerogative, but there's a reason why we're putting it out there, because it's a very significant, and there's no more important project that we will ever work on, any of us.
All right, so maybe we pass that back to...
If it's just helpful to you in the process, so by the time you get 3 years, that you have the help you need.
We will certainly want some direction from the council about some of the procedural choices ahead of time, and we'll certainly be we'll be happy to solicit that.
Okay, that's all I was hoping for. I don't want us just waiting for 2 years, and then all of a sudden we start on it.
Right.
Peter Thompson, good.
So the goal is to get this on the 2026 ballot?
The goal is, I think it would end up on the November 28 ballot.
28 ballot.
So if we want to start on it, to your point, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Shribs, we'd have to move something else off the city, at least the city attorney's plate, if not my office.
Understood.
Right.
Councilmember Barnacle?
And since this is a 2-year cycle, we'd be starting nowish, if we did that.
So my comment is that I think charter amendment should probably be on a mayoral election in the city, so that all of the districts have a local, like something local on the ballot. So I think either we should consider it a 2026 thing or a 2030. Holy smokes. By that time, we'll be carbon neutral. Thank you.
And my question is if we have it here at year 3, is there any way you can promise us you won't be using staff resources between now and year 3? Is it realistic to think it won't be cooking in there all the time? That's a question to staff.
Well, I want to return to Councilmember Barnacle's suggestion, which is, it makes perfect sense. But I guess another consideration is if we're going to do this, I mean, think of the outreach that we did for district elections, remember? And we did much more than we were required to do, and it was absolutely the right thing for us to do that, I think. I think this would be absolutely similar. So it would really be a very outreach intensive project, I think, very thoughtfully, very informatively, because the whole community is going to need to learn the same things that the council will about how charters work and which are successful ones, and et cetera. So there's that consideration too, but I'm not trying to debate a perfectly good suggestion.
I totally agree with you. And maybe I'm overstating it, but I just have this feeling if we were, but then again, maybe more people will vote in a presidential election, so we should do it that, in a presidential year. So, and that would lend itself obviously to 2028. So,
clearly it's a consideration, and it sounds like there's consensus about the importance of outreach for that project.
I'm just going to keep pushing for time here. So, Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, that was going to be my point. I think with all due respect to the mayor, you get a higher turnout in a presidential general election than a mayoral general election.
Okay, so well done. We're on urban growth boundary extension.
So this one is all green. So we have some pretty strict deadlines around this. Much of this will actually be completed prior to the start of year one.
Can I invite can I invite the council to show you all a thumbs up? Is everybody good?
Okay.
Sorry, but I don't.
Great presentation.
Please do all our presentations. Yes. Okay. We are now on to adoption of general plan 2050.
I feel like I should bring Heather up for this one as well. So in similar fashion, much of the general plan update, we have our marching orders. We are in the thick of it. Council will be receiving a very organized and detailed workshop at month's end, and that'll keep us on track to get the city's next general plan on the books.
Thank you, Council. I had a concern that we saw so many elements as work items that really are part and parcel to general plan, active transportation, blueprint for carbon. They all kind of have. I'm not sure I want to discuss them separately when you can't finish one without all. So.
And I just want to, so we're all on the same page. Adoption of the general plan will not be completed in year one. That's going to be year two. So it'll be by the end of 2025, but it will not be before the end of June 2025. So I just want to be clear.
Is this a correction we're making to the printout and everything?
Yeah.
Patrick's going to town there?
Yep.
Okay. And the EIR is year two?
The adoption of the adoption of the general plan and certification of the EIR will be presented at the same time.
Thank you. Well, that was almost as fast. We're on to fairgrounds.
Mostly green and ongoing, so that's good news. The fairgrounds is really broken out into sort of what we're doing to take care of the property now, how we are setting it up to put it into use by the community in the near future, and then how we're planning for the longer term future of the fairgrounds. So we are hard at work this year, both getting a lot of work underway and getting ready to do some exciting things on the fairground. We are actively looking for and identifying budgets for funding for transitional improvements. We are hard at work coordinating with DAA to get the fair to support them to put on this year's fair in June. We are working basically daily with the school to make sure that their needs, operational needs, are met. We are also looking, we are making improvements to buildings so that we can start programming those buildings. We've got programming occurring in Herzog Hall. We're close to being able to do more significant programming in Beverly C. Wilson. And we are also improving the expo building so that we can get those, get activities going on out there. We're also actively taking over booking of facilities for private events. There have been some significant events. I think there were 4 in April. There are going to be 10 in May. So we're really ramping that up. And then really kind of starting to queue up the larger master planning process, which is what is to become the fairgrounds in the long-term future. But also just to give a lot of credit to staff, like literally since January 1, the work has been daily and sometimes hourly, literally repairs, HVAC, electrical, roofs, plumbing, access control, replacing equipment that was removed, like every fire extinguisher was removed. There were tables and chairs removed. There were other equipment that we've, ramps that we're trying to figure out how to replace. Water and sewer lines have been jetted. Debris has been removed from water lines. We've identified some major safety hazards that we're repairing. We've entered into contracts with landscaping, property management, security. We have licenses with each of the year-round tenants, and we're supporting each of them. Like I said, the school has been the one that needs the most support. We are.
Ingrid, can I add?
Yes.
We just received a list from the DAA about improvements to be made on the property so they could do the fair. So we're tackling
Right. So
that
while
list.
as we meet with the fair, now that we are the active property managers, there's a sort of back and forth about, who is going to do what work when to get ready for the fair in terms of beautification of the site, making safety improvements to the site, getting buildings ready for the site. So kind of managing that transition, managing getting tenants ready to move out and get out of the way for the fair. And then on top of that, I know Drew's team has been hard at work, really digging into programming. We've brought youth judo on site. We're looking at bringing pickleball, BMX, volleyball, roller derby, bike events. So we're really excited to kind of be getting some of the less exciting things done. I know like fixing a roof is never as fun. It's much more fun to buy furniture. So we're kind of fixing the roof and doing plumbing repairs right now. But super excited to kind of, really get our hands dirty, really getting this fair off the ground. The DAA is responsible for doing the fair, and they are actively working on doing the fair, but it's very much a partnership and will be a partnership as we are the landlords and kind of transitioning that through. So, and then
so maybe we'll
we're also
let
looking.
council.
Yep.
We could let council weigh in.
Yep.
Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm
questions?
getting thumbs up. Love it.
Questions? Yeah.
Keep doing
it. Love all the work going on. I was going to ask directly, will there be public outreach this year? Will we have our workshops and other charrettes for property starting this year?
So our goal is to start that master plan. Right now, it's identified in year 2. We think that we could maybe start early, in the calendar year. Peggy, you want to weigh in? I think the key is that until we've got the property kind of stabilized in its current condition, we would be challenged to pivot our focus into outreach on sort of that future.
We will be doing outreach when we do we are doing outreach now. We're asking folks what they'd like to see on the property.
Right.
But also when we're doing the pilot programming, how did you like that? Did that work? How would you like to see more of that?
Right. So our goal was to do kind of some more iterative feedback as we pilot new projects, as we work with the community, as we have events. We have an ongoing campaign. We just sent a mailer out to every resident in the city, and we've got an ongoing survey going. So that will inform that discussion. I think in terms of bringing on a team to kick off a master planning process, I think that was probably what would be further out. But I think that'll be helped by this initial year of really being on the ground, understanding what's going on at the property, what's working, what's not working, just to really inform that conversation. Because I think up until now, it was really, mostly a black box. Like we really just didn't know. And we have learned a lot, even in 4 months.
I suspect you're right on the efforts of what we need to do before we do public outreach, but I'm not sure the public expectation wasn't that we'd be having that kind of conversation with the public. So I think messaging of when the actual timeline of things is occurring is good messaging. And I think that might be true of all our priorities, is that we need a little encapsulated what's going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Less the marketing piece, more the transactional piece, because some of our pieces are, the aspirational side of things, and cheering for the good that we're succeeding at. But sometimes we need to admit the nitty gritty of it, and so messaging on all these might be important.
I think that's a good point, and I think what Manager Flynn was mentioning at the beginning of this presentation, and something I'm going to be working on too, is really. You kind of see there's probably even just a different format. We're working with a new program to really help bring more transparency, right? Because it's like, well, why year 1 and why year 2, and what is really behind all these? Because there's a lot of detail in there, but underneath each one of those lines is another 10 lines or 20 lines, and then they start kind of bumping into each other. So we're looking at ways to really build the transparency and really let everyone under the hood, so to speak, of like, what goes into each one of these steps and what is that timeline. So our goal is like along with those like exciting aspirational pieces is more of really daylighting each one of these goals and priorities with more specificity, so that we can, instead of waiting till the end of the year and going through each one, ideally we'd be coming back more often with, just kind of a dashboard of here's where we're at and here's where you click if you want to get into the weeds, because we can go pretty deep and we can give you more detail than you ever wanted on each one, but everyone wants a different amount of detail on a different project. So hopefully that'll help too.
So I also noticed that we have Fairgrounds Event Management Program down in the other projects and Fairgrounds Special Events Permitting down in there. And, we're already getting calls from folks who are renting and rent availability. What's the cost of a hall that we're trying to rent?
Right.
What's the alcohol permit processing? And you're getting...
That's why those are
you get
ongoing,
steam.
because we are doing those now and we expect that to continue throughout
That's
the
correct.
timeline of the,
Those are
of the,
currently
of the
underway.
plan.
I would love to see the other major projects separated from Fairgrounds. Fairgrounds seems like a good catch-all.
Oh,
this is
I
item
see the
10.
other major projects
And the
at the
other
bottom,
major
yeah.
projects,
Yep.
we're burying in the weeds. Let's bring those up into the forefront.
Got it.
And we've reached 10, which is another public comment period. And I have to ask, is there anyone in the public who'd like to comment on items 5 through 10? And the public comment on this is now open, and I see Nicola wants to speak. Please proceed directly to speak and turn the card in post-comment.
I just have two things. Whoever did the CCB extravaganza, thank you. We love that. Is that your wording or somebody's wording? We loved it. And then the other thing is on the parking management. If there could be someone who is working on that committee who's disabled, because a lot of times handicap parking spots are placed in specific spots that don't work when you have to get your motorized wheelchair out of the back of your car. Like, I don't go downtown anymore because I can't do it, because the only spots that are available put me in the middle of traffic when I'm taking my wheelchair out. So that would be really nice.
Okay, thank you very much. Good input. Moving to implementation of blueprint for carbon neutrality.
You all
Yes,
start
please.
off.
1 second.
Before we get to the blueprint, I just want to echo what Nicola just said. I think we should make sure that at least someone or maybe multiple people are on the committee that are disabled. Thanks.
Please, blueprint.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor, council members. The blueprint for carbon neutrality is something that the council is actually going to get a preview of in just 2 weeks at the April 29th workshop on this. So that's a nice tease where we have the adoption in year one, but we're going to take multiple bites at that apple so the council and all the other CCBs can inform that process. There's a lot of overlap of the programs contained within the blueprint and other goals and priorities in here. We know that to reduce the greenhouse gases, there's going to be significant mode shift that's going to need to happen, reducing those transportation emissions. So that means a lot of active transportation, which is a priority in here. Tree preservation related to carbon sequestration, the parking regulations that were already mentioned, connections with integrated pest management and open space. So that adoption process is slated for year one, but we recognize that that's not the end of the process. That's really just the beginning of it, because every year there will be targets in that blueprint which will need to be addressed both in staff resources and budget allocations. So we recognize those. The implementation of that is going to be ongoing for quite some time. And I'll turn it over to Heather if she has anything she wants to add.
I don't have anything to add.
For such a huge thing, great presentation. The work behind is so much greater than the time here at council. So Thank you. Integrated Pest Management.
All right, thanks, Council. I will take this one on again first and turn it over to Drew if he wants to add. The good news is the Council adoption in year one is already done. The plan aspect of the integrated pest management is complete. So now we're moving on to the next milestones, which include developing that program. And that involves significant public outreach, staff training, and developing that scope for an integrated pest management coordinator. So that's the initial milestone that we're looking at in year one. Again, as we discussed at council, there's going to be significantly more transparency on the chemical use. So the reporting structure, making that available on the website, making clear what the exemption process is for those that are requesting it. And then that data collection, evaluation, research, and implement best practice loop, that's going to be ongoing for the entirety of the program. So happy to let Drew augment that.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. Just want to celebrate again. This is the update, the Integrated Pest Management Plan update from the 1999 plan. So that was a significant achievement. Very proud of that. And like Patrick mentioned, our milestone and goal for this next 6 months to year one is that IPM coordinator, as well as working with our partners like Rooster Run on an implementation that's going to work for the community and the operation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Drew. Open space acquisition.
I'll kick that off, and Patrick and Drew can help support as needed. Can you scroll the page up? Thank you. So open space acquisition and management, this is really identifying some of the priorities within that broader topic. This is something that has really been a topic in the community in these last couple years, a number of efforts happening, and this is a topic that there are certain things that it's really based on opportunity sometimes. So, for instance, you will see Cedar Grove. This is a site that we were exploring for a public park and open space. It is in year one, largely because we have a willing seller and we have identified funding. So those are the kind of things that come up that maybe push it to year one, because if it's pushed to year two, we might lose some of those opportunities. The Greenway, as I know that all of you are aware, there's some active community efforts. So we are meeting with somewhat frequency with our community partners to stay abreast of those efforts, continue to support that effort in whatever way we can. La Cresta, English Hill, there has been some changes in property ownership in that area, so trying to pivot and look at different options for that area. With Helen Putnam Park expansion, that opportunity really would make it where you could walk on trails from downtown to Helen Putnam Park. So that would be a very exciting bridge from existing open space area, and an amazing resource for Petaluma. Paula Lane, Lafferty, both shown as ongoing to continue our efforts there. So happy to answer any questions, or Patrick, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, just chime in on those last two. Those are the management side as opposed to the acquisition side. Those are properties the city already owns. And this would be about expanding the public access to those sites in a responsible way. In the case of Paula Lane, there's a conservation easement that limits the use of that site. And with Lafferty Ranch, it's really about expanding that public access beyond what it currently is, so that more of our community members can participate in programming out on those amazing sites. So, and those are in perpetuity.
Thank you. I guess the only question I had is that some of these were to be intended to be ongoing city facilities, and others perhaps were only assisting and outsourcing it, hoping the county will pick it up in the end. Are we to the process where we've identified final ownership in any of these? Like right now, the Greenway is not currently city-led.
Correct.
So which one of these are city-led and which ones are?
I think everything, with the exception of the Greenway, is city-led. Greenway is not city-led, but definitely city involvement and consultation.
Thank you very much. We're on to, let's see, that was item 13. We're on to downtown investments and beautification.
So this is largely a catch-all. We've touched on a number of these. It's a it's really an all hands on deck effort. We love our downtown. We want to see our existing businesses succeed downtown. We want to make sure that it's a place where our community across the board sees themselves, on the weekends and enjoying all the great things that our downtown has to offer. And so there's a number of projects here that we've identified. We are coming to you later this fiscal year on a workshop on parklets, so our free range program, which we started up in response to the pandemic and really supporting our local businesses during the shutdown, starting in 2020. And so we're looking to see what that looks like. So we're starting to get a lot of really great feedback, not just from property owners, from our businesses, and our residents as well. And so we're looking forward to sharing that with you over the next couple months. Parking study we touched on, and then some other amenities here that we're working on just to ensure that downtown's a place that people want to be, people want to thrive, or people can thrive, whether it's businesses or people wanting to spend their money.
So, Councilmember Now.
Is there a parklet fee that these merchants pay the city to take up 4 or 5 parking places?
So yes, so currently there was a temporary program, and so essentially it's an encroachment permit that we have looked at.
We're also charging 70 cents a square foot for each of the parklets right now for a contribution towards their space and their tent.
And some of them still have those ugly orange barriers, and it's I don't think it's beautiful to the city.
Right.
And
Yeah.
some of them don't even have restaurants.
Right, and that's why we're going to come back for our workshop in terms of kind of looking at that new. Right now, those are required for safety because that's what keeps cars from crashing
Right.
into the people sitting there. But in June, there'll be a workshop on
Okay, because some of them,
design guidelines.
there's one on the boulevard that's not even being used for tables and benches. It's not for restaurateurs or for diners. It's just for people waiting to get into the restaurant. And it's taking up like 5 parking spaces in prime real estate on the boulevard.
Councilmember, we are working on that program and we'll be bringing that to council for a permit.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kidder Thompson.
I see bathrooms on the 1 year. And just to reiterate the importance of bathrooms downtown, because I was talking to Don Foreman yesterday.
Don the champion, we call him. My question is on the bathrooms. Why is that not in a capital project, and why is it on our legislative list? And just similarly, the downtown lighting, why is that not simply in capital projects and not included here?
I would say the lighting's probably more of a maintenance issue, just like the tree walls are. But the bathroom, I think, ended up in here, but it doesn't need to be in here because it is a CIP.
And even, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of good marketing in here, but some of it maybe not in goals and priorities. Implementing microtransit, if it's an operation come July, at the beginning of year one, isn't it more appropriate in the operations concerns than in our?
Well, it's actually, it should be in the downtown and the parking management, because that's truly one of the elements of the parking management for us is
Are we
is
calling it a
implementing-
pilot, or, you know,
Yeah,
part of
it'll
our
be a
study
pilot.
to
Yep, it'll be a
analysis?
pilot.
And similarly, implementing Putnam Plaza community space, is that a simple CIP?
No, it's a public activation. So, you know, coming up with more activation of our public spaces, not necessarily a CIP.
Will it be in CIP this year?
Programming. There'll
Well-
be programming there.
And, okay.
Yeah.
Good point. And I don't see the museum as on here, and you know, it's a key downtown. You know, one of the places people really come to see downtown, and it needs to have its own identity. Could be.
Well, we do have, you'll see, and like I mentioned in my opening comments, part of our budget conversation will be assisting the museum with additional funding so they can achieve that next. Well, there's seismic retrofit, but also helping them with their operations. So anyways, we will have a second conversation about the museum and
Good, thank you.
budget.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. Is it accurate to say that bike parking will be included in the parking study downtown?
Yes.
Got you. Okay. And then final question or final comment while we're doing it is be interested to hear about comparing the cost that we're charging for a parklet and what that would look like in terms of paid parking as well in the parking.
Yes, we'll have that ready for the workshop.
And I think that takes us to the homelessness item.
Okay, I'll stay up here for that. So we are ready to kick off year 3 of our 3-year plan to end homelessness. And so there were staff had reported out earlier this year that we will be coming to council with a full evaluation of that effort. And so as we get to the end of the our existing 3-year plan, we're wanting to make sure that we're evaluating the strategies that we put into place, understanding what the current needs are once we have been working and investing over the last 3 years, and then having all that information brought to council so that we can iterate and course correct as needed.
Okay.
As the needs arise. And so we're already hearing about a number of emerging issues, a gap in service and a gap in shelter for families in Petaluma. And so that's one focus area, just to give you a preview.
I think that was a quiet acquiescence. Yes, please.
I didn't have my thumb, I had my finger. I have a question. There was a public comment that resonated with me, and we have homeless individuals or unhoused individuals housing themselves in these RVs parked on our public streets, and they're an eyesore. They're, they can't move every 72 hours because some of them aren't even movable, I don't think. Anyway, is there something we can do to look into research, getting a lot to put these vehicles on so that the people can be in a safe environment?
I think you're talking about safe parking.
But it would be part of our homeless, because these are individuals that are right now parked on Payran, Lindbergh Lane, side streets, public neighborhoods, and they're living in their vehicles. They're living in boats, they're living in RVs, they're living in big motorhomes. If we could put them into a lot that is fenced off for their protection, and give them the homeless services that we provide, the ones who we provide, home key.
So Councilmember Now, yes, that's called safe parking, and that when we come back to council to talk about the current strategies we have, because there is not just providing the parking lot, it's providing the wraparound services.
Correct.
So that's just like, that would be something council could consider, and maybe
find sites.
Finding sites, but the service providers is where the cost is. The site
Correct.
is not the
Correct.
cost.
And this is the path council has been down, looking at sanctioned encampments and also safe parking and things, and hasn't elected to this time because support services, just placing people in a place is more of a maintenance effort rather than a resolution effort. And it hasn't been the successful path without the services.
And we have talked about working with our faith community because we've had some of our faith community members offering their lots, but then we have to figure out how to do those services, and those services are costly. I mean, you see that whether it's our home key, whether it's our People's Village, even SAFE right now, and SAFE is typically the ones that help check up on those folks that are living in their RVs.
And I know recently we had a neighbor, it was a dumping. Someone had an RV and they were dumping their waste. I don't know the terms. I'm not an RVer, but we have to give them an opportunity to dispose of it correctly, so it's not a hazardous waste to our neighborhoods.
Then I would reference you to an article in the Marin IJ about their troubles. It's partially in Nevada and other county exposed areas, and it claims a pollution to the Petaluma River from all the encampments that are out, all the parking that's out there. And it's a good article. And so we're going to have a workshop on homelessness. And then we are at, that is 15 in our list. I'd like to open the public comment on those items. And I already have a card from Susan Kirk, so I will invite Susan Kirk to speak first.
Thank you. For the benefit of the community, my name is Susan Kirks, and a little bit of background before I speak on the open space issue. I have 2 master's degrees, a Bachelor of Arts degree. I've taught at the university level as an adjunct professor. I was a licensed acupuncturist as one of my careers in Sonoma and Marin counties for 15 years. When I moved to Petaluma, I adopted 2 rescued horses, ages 1 and 1, rescued from slaughter. They grew up on Paula Lane for 12 years, and they are now 23 and 24 years old. So that's a little bit of background for the community who may be new about me. I lead Paula Lane Action Network, Badger Conservation Nonprofit, the only wildlife conservation nonprofit based in Petaluma. And I serve on the board of Madrone Audubon since 2008, and I serve as the president of that organization. Here's what I'd like to say to you about the Paula Lane open space land. The city of Petaluma has caused severe habitat destruction, displacement of wildlife, and so much harm that words really cannot describe. The city is not equipped to hold title or manage a property like this, and there are volunteers, service providers, and more than one nonprofit organization who have dedicated our lives to providing a service and a community amenity a nature preserve for Petaluma. As a conservationist, I consult with organizations and individuals on the species that helped us save that land. American badger, driven from the land in 2021 from the city's violent destruction and construction of a roadway in the middle of habitat, which caused the adult female badger, whose natal territory is that land, to flee for her life with her 5-month-old cub. Now, what we want to request, and we have requested, but no one on your council has been willing to say it, is to ask the city manager to begin a conversation with the Petaluma City Schools District for a possible title transfer. I do not want to hear from your council that the board members have told you we can't handle that. We have too much on our plate. Please begin the conversation. There is a bunch of support for this. It is the best pathway.
Thank you very much. The time has expired, and we'll be moving to close public comment right now. Thank you very much. There are no other speakers in the room, no other, okay, public comment closed on this 5 set. And so we'll be moving to the next item, which is sea level rise, floodplain modeling, insurance maps, and adaptation plan.
It wasn't that long ago that I was before you and presenting some maps. This is an effort that's been underway for a bit, and the order of execution that you see, there's one little change I need to make. The second item listed as year 2, Informed Resiliency Framework and GPU, that's actually what's going on right now. So that's year 1. And then year 2 is the flood and sea level rise adaptation plan. So that's the plan that we will be developing to utilize the data from the maps and the modeling to explore and recommend adaptation projects, prioritize them, and set us up for funding for long-term adaptation. In the meantime, we will also be finalizing the mapping and going through the formal process with FEMA to incorporate these maps as our flood insurance rate maps. That's about a 2-year process, and shows that concluding in what would be the end of year 2. And the elevation certificate program development, haven't talked a lot about that, but, and there's actually technically a new term for elevation certificates. They're now called construction certificates, but these are the surveyed elevation certificates of finished floors. And we're required to provide those for properties in the special flood hazard areas. And with our new maps, our new flood maps, setting aside sea level rise, but with the new flood maps, there are some properties that have come into the floodplain, particularly along the creeks. But it's perhaps just a corner of the property, nowhere near the structure where the floodplain is encroaching. And if we can provide elevation certificates and come up with a program to assist property owners that fall into this category, we can essentially elevate them out of the floodplain designation with that certificate. So something we're looking into, and that program will start up in year 2 as well.
And no good thumbs or finger. Does this work inform other general plan work like land zoning efforts? Do you have to finish the sea level rises before they can begin or finish their efforts?
I'm sorry, say that again? I didn't hear all of that.
Does the sea level rise analysis and work that you're producing need to be finished prior to other elements of the general plan update? Doesn't it inform?
It is informing the general plan update, absolutely, and it is the maps that we presented are what is being used for that update.
Good. Okay. Thanks. Next on the list is the Petaluma North Station specific plan.
Mayor McDonald? Mayor McDonald? It's me.
Yes.
Can I make a motion to go past 11?
You'd be welcome to make that motion.
I'll
Thank
make
you
that
very
motion.
much. And we have a second from now. And can we have a quick roll call vote to continue business after 11?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there.
Not at all, Mayor. Thank you. Next up is our upcoming second station. And so we were awarded $1.15 million to create and adopt a specific plan focused on our imminent second station on the north side of town. We are expecting completion of the station by year's end. And so we are closely tracking the start of the specific plan with that effort. Another project that we will have news to share before year's end also is the housing site that we've been working diligently, a multi-year effort there to realize some critical affordable housing on site. And that will really jumpstart the conversation in addition to the outcome of the voter initiative on the urban growth boundary. And so the focus being, how do we grow and evolve over the next 20, 25 years with the train station, with transit-oriented development, not just within walking distance of our new train station, but all along the McDowell corridor. So that's another key corridor that has been identified through the general plan update, and we'll touch on it, and then we'll want to do a little bit more of a deeper dive as part of the specific plan.
Thank you. Did I read correctly that you had till 2034 to finish?
That you did read that correctly. So we have been gifted essentially 10 years to complete the specific plan, and I also identified in the Q&A reasons why we may not want to wait that long. Just with the ongoing outreach that we are having, there's a lot of momentum related to the general plan update. And so this is, our opportunity to strike while the iron is hot.
Councilmember Healy? And are there other corridor studies that are priorities that didn't make this 28 list? Washington corridor, do we have something there?
Yeah, so we will be
priority development corridors.
Great question, Mayor. And so again, we'll have a preview of this in 2 weeks. There is an opportunity for what's unique about the North Station is it is one of 2 priority development areas, and that's what unlocked the $1 million from MTC. Our current or our ongoing general plan update will explore questions like what to do with the Washington corridor. We do have a opportunity potentially. We have the other specific plan on our books, which is focused on our downtown station, the Central specific, Petaluma specific plan. And so as those needs arise, we would be looking at other funding opportunities down the line.
So this time the Washington corridor is not in our 28 priority. It's not in our acceptable work at this time. Okay, thanks.
Well, it will be as part of the general plan update. So, with the general plan update comes the potential for rezoning. And so we will be looking, we do think there's a key corridor along Washington for us to explore as part of the general plan. So we'll be having that discussion very, very soon.
As part of the general plan.
but not at a level of depth that would require you to identify milestones
Not a
now
specific
with.
plan, no.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And do we have a grant on that, on Washington? No separate funding?
Not
this
at the
time?
moment. So really the key grant opportunity is through MTC. And so what allows us to access that grant is the PDA. So the fact that we have 2 PDAs and we opted to select and go for our second station PDA.
Thank you. Police oversight. I'm sorry. I'm going to look left and right. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah. Mostly my question on this just pertains to the number of planning and outreach efforts that are already underway with the general plan and then the zoning code update, the fairgrounds process getting started, potential charter amendments. And my concern, I guess, when I look at this is like we're starting another pretty significant in-depth plan while we've got a number of other things going on. And when I see community development department is, involved in it, it feels like there's obviously comms department, city manager's office, all of that stuff involved in something like this. And then I think about sort of other pet projects that I have, like a parks master plan or something like that, that I think is critical that we start to take on, and that we have 10 years to do this. It doesn't feel like a year one thing. And it feels like if there's, like if we're going to be, like we're stacking, it feels like we're stacking more stuff on our plate, and like we might want to just like make sure that we like shove the general plan across the finish line or something like that before we take on another significant, sort of outreach and planning effort.
Yeah, and there's a fine balance there. So what you're seeing here is by end of fiscal year 1, that's just to get someone on board. And so the idea is we'll adopt the general plan, we'll have gone through that process, and there won't be too much time between then and starting. I 100% agree with needing to consider all the resources that it takes, not just on the staffing side, but also on the community side. Just there's fatigue, obviously, just with the number of outreach events that we're asking the community to do. So that's something we need to balance and be aware of.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's something to, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I'd be fine, like, if you dig into this and you see that there's going to be, a heap of outreach efforts going on all at the same time, I'd be fine pushing this off a year.
Other comments? Did I miss? Then on police oversight model, can I get a thumbs up? Or would we like to invite the chief to speak, or do we have a good understanding that this is important? Thank you very much. Great presentation. I was trying to save you the walk. Similarly, can we agree on citywide diversity, equity, inclusion? Also, thank you. And
Can I ask you to lead staffing from your side? Well, we're going through a transition, so that will be HR. We'll be transitioning both to HR, the organizational development, and strategic plan on the next one. This was based upon the employee survey, and so we need to be working on mission and vision, finish the values. So we'll be making that transition with HR and with the exec team. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. And I want to thank the HR staff for being here and not engaging in robust discussion. I'm sorry. But, and that brings us to 20, I think, on our list. I'd like to open the public comment period again. And Dwayne, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Dwayne Bellinger here. And having traveled to the Midwest to watch the eclipse, it was interesting to see the destructiveness of the climate change that's going on throughout the country. For the floods, the water, the I had clear skies, but the amount of rain and that's going on. Of the projects that you're doing that can save us the most carbon, the place where most carbon in Petaluma can be saved is there at the train station, building a pedestrian-oriented community that doesn't have cars or has at most one per residence, and or has a rental agency that lets them share their cars. Of these, and watching the public display when they opened up started the digging at the train station, I like to think that that the North Station will generate a lot of enthusiasm as it gets open. But it would be really nice to have your consultant on board to announce at the date they open that station later this year that you already have your consultant on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's our only speaker. And so moving back, I believe we're on to our ERP software. Thank you.
Oh, I was hoping for some thumbs up, and you send me away. Come on.
Hang on, wait for it. Anyone? Everyone? Thumbs up?
Oh, this is exciting.
I think we're on board with it. If it says that it's one of the aggressively successful topics for this year,
It's the
let's
backbone
do
of
it.
everything we do in the city.
Yeah,
Literally the
it's all of our financials, it's our utility billing, and it's also all of our payroll. So all of that
And it's
wrapped
connected
up
to
needing to be
GIS.
replaced.
And
We're hoping to.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Well, I'm also the purchasing policy.
Your
so if you
purchasing
want to talk
policy.
about that next.
And so I'm going to ask the same exercise. Everybody, are we there? Thank you.
Love it. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Utilization of West Wing.
Taking back City Hall. Yeah.
Maybe we could try a thumbs up for this as well.
Yay. Okay.
Thank you. Great presentation. Then senior service reimagining. I think we'd like to hear a little there.
Thank you. Really just high level, the milestone and the goals here is to expand in-person programming for our aging adults to a 7-day operation. We're making inroads now. As of May, we'll have increased hours for our senior center on Friday, but we know the demand, we know the need, and we know and have identified partners here locally to expand those services. So that's the goal, that's the milestone. And again, a lot of this effort's already underway. So we're just here to update you and let you know the path that we're on.
Questions, Councilmember Schripp, Vice Mayor?
Some of the folks work at the senior center there have suggested they really need expansion, a whole new building, whole new location, double the size, double the services. Are we not even thinking about that at this time, or can we put together a plan to move forward that might be a possibility even because the space there is completely now way too small for what's actually happening and the need.
Yeah, great question. I appreciate it, Councilmember Shribs. I think it illustrates that we're offering services and programmings beyond the senior center. We've got programs at the community center Monday through Friday. The fairgrounds presents some more opportunities with additional facilities. So we're always looking at kind of creatively how to pivot, but not just in city-owned facilities, but other nonprofits as well. This is a growing area, so we're looking at any and all opportunities. But again, it's those service providers, I think, that we're really focused on partnering with, creating good relationships with, and then working together to share resources to get people moving and transported to these areas too.
Because I'd like to see that maybe year 2 or 3 listed on this one, saying that we're going to be planning for expansion of some point in time. And working on that as a goal. Maybe not this year, but maybe so at least people know we're thinking about it, because we have an aging population here that's going to need a lot more services. And if a few of us become more homeless because of the economics, there'll even be more of us that are needing services. So I expect a doubling of need over the next 10 years, 10 years from now. So I think we need to start thinking about that and planning a little bit more ahead and looking at expansion of services tremendously down the road here.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, are there any excuse me, demographic projections going out 10 or 20 years as to what the number of seniors and, over 75s might be in this community over that time frame?
Yes, I think appreciate the question. I mean, we've got our chair for the Senior Advisory Committee here in the chambers. I want to recognize Nicola, but California recently released their report, master plan on area of aging. So there is a lot of information and data, and then even within the county, we use a lot of the data that they're collecting. So there's good information on the projections, and yes, we're looking at that.
Could at a convenient point, could staff provide council with a basic summary of what that looks like for us?
Sure, we'd be happy to. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that was really a question about pickleball.
I was waiting for that. Yep.
But if you could provide demographic also from the school districts about the youth projections, which they need and provide, we'd probably appreciate both those data, and I know they're probably in the general plan update. And I'd second that doing a significant expansion at the fairground for senior center. Councilmember Now.
Not just the youth, Mr. Mayor, but also not just the youth, but our preschooler. I think we need to know. I heard something like in 10 years, there's going to be more seniors than toddlers in our community. So I don't know if that's factual, but it's true. That's probably where I got it, Nicola. Thanks.
Good. I believe you'd be landscape assessment districts.
Sure.
And let me see. Do we have a question or a question from Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, thank you.
Is there like a near-term imperative for this project, I guess? I just haven't, it's like kind of a new thing to see on the list.
For the landscape assessment districts, great question. The near term is to update historical enabling legislation's record keeping for all 50 landscape assessment districts. So this was really an initiative that was born out of the organizational and fiscal sustainability investments that the city has made. And really some of our staff among our management analysts that are going in, and a lot of these records were incomplete or lack the detail that staff could use to accurately reflect scope for maintenance. So the near term is clean up those records, find what we can use, what we can't, and then develop a couple of communication toolkits that we can engage some of these landscape assessment districts, many who we already have because they've self-organized, and use them to go through a couple of processes to update their scope and try to increase their levels of service, create kind of that proof of concept, and then we can take that and expand out. So near term, update records, create that communications toolkit, and then start with, we'd say 2 to 3 landscape assessment districts, and then come back with kind of a model that we feel works.
Thank you. Pushing on to other major projects.
Actually, we've got, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Mayor if we could go to active transportation because it's more less of a discrete project like the other ones are.
Perfect.
Oh, thank you. I need to pull up I can't read what's up there. And I don't have it in my printout, but I can tell you that thank you. That our AT plan, our active transportation plan, is poised to wrap up this summer, and will be coming to council for final review and adoption by fall. So it's imminent. We've been working on this for a couple years, and very excited to see that finally ready for delivery. I can answer any questions about, generally what's in that plan. If there's any questions, this is the update to the pedestrian and bicycle master plan that was part of our 2025 general plan and will be incorporated into the new general plan update.
So I guess the question, is it available at this time? Has it been pushed to a committee in its, final draft form?
It's not in final draft form.
I was hoping to get an early peek. It's a big, so many of these things take long lead, and when council gets them, it's kind of like, well, it's Thursday. What do you want to do on Monday? I'd love a little longer window when the first committee sees it. If a draft copy could be circulated to council simultaneously, it's a heads up. I know it's on the website, but
yeah, noted.
Thank you.
I got a quick question.
And a question, Jens.
So this will be incorporated in the county's active transportation plan?
No, I do not believe so. The county's plan is the county's plan. And to the extent that they read our plan and acknowledge it, but I don't believe there's any formal incorporation.
Do we have an active transportation plan that was supposed to go to SCTA?
I'm sure they'll reference it in their planning efforts,
Yeah.
but.
Yeah.
Well, there was talk about it a couple meetings ago, and I'm not sure if the city had gotten it in the plan yet. So we'll talk. Let's just do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll just mention, so there's a countywide active transport. I only know this because I worked for the county before this. There's a countywide active transportation plan. It doesn't get to the detail that each city has. So every city has a ATP. It's part of the general plan. It sets up the circulation element. It identifies like where all the bike lanes are going to be worked on, where the existing ones are. And so it rolls, part of it, there's a roll up of all the city level, but it also stays at a high level. So I know what they're asking of each jurisdiction is what's in your current active transportation plan that needs funding. And those are the things that they would identify at that county level to look for funds.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Was
yes.
the funding.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're working on that.
Perfect, thanks.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. My general comment on this is it's great. There's so much more happening on this that I feel like there could be more milestones to measure success, like on safe routes to school, for example, or some of these things. Like we just got a presentation at the last council meeting that was like incredibly informative in terms of the breadth of things that are underway. And it feels like, and some of them are capital projects, but some of them aren't. And so it would be, obviously I'm not going to ask you to, we're not coming back and rehashing this, but it feels like there's more to, there's a bigger story to tell about what we're doing on this than just adopting the plan.
So incorporating Safe Routes to School and our Safe Streets nomination program and some of the other initiatives surrounding active transportation, not just the plan itself.
Some of the programmatic aspects.
The programmatic aspects of it. What are the like the metrics and things that we're going to use year by year? Obviously, they're ongoing, but it would be. I'd certainly like to see some of those things represented in our priorities list, just to make clear that we're whether it's do an audit of every single school, right, or whatever it is. But it would be. I just think I know that there's a ton of work happening on this. I'd like to see more of it represented here.
Fair comment. Thank you.
And then, I concur with that. At the Safe Routes to School, there were 7 or 8 staff in the room, and that's a high consumption of resource, and yet previously not noted as goal. It's one of the advantages of this program of goals this year is it throws everything that's major on the table, rather than trying to discuss just 10 things that maybe we could do in addition. So that was pretty major. And then with the county SCTA bike funding, if we're not getting smart money for Copeland and connecting what's not on their corridor, that could be a key project to fund from outside and accelerate its completion. So. Do we have any comments on the other major projects category. Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm going to just step over here on my soapbox. We've got to get, it doesn't need to be in year one, but we've got to get the Parks Master Plan on this list. It's so important. We don't have a big vision for our parks, and because of that, we don't know how much we're not investing in them. One of the most common things I hear is like, I want, our fields to be in better shape, and I want this, and I love our Parks and Rec Commission right now. They're like, well, go talk to your council members about allocating more resources to this. And I know if our Parks and Rec Commission was in here, they'd all be, begging us to put a Parks Master Plan on here. Playground replacements. When I was on the Parks Commission, there was like a lot of like the surveys that we do for playground replacements will confirm that indeed the playground is used by the age that it was designed for. But as we found out, it's not designed for seniors, and we have an aging population. So things like that are just not taken into account unless we take a step back and think about the demographics and the projections of our city and how our parks and our facilities and things like that are all like, I bit my tongue on the senior services, but like, I see, the services that we're providing to our seniors, in the facilities and the recreation opportunities and things like that. We just need to have a bigger view of that component of our city. I looked at the general plan framework on parks, and I felt like it sort of read more like a natural, or, like a natural resources or something like that. I just don't think we have we don't have like the level of vision for our parks documented. So we don't know what we're prioritizing against and what's not happening. And I think if we took this project on and we put resources toward it, it would be an incredibly impactful document for years to come in really thinking about, creating like these amazing, inspiring places, because it's not a lack of will on our parks department. It's that they've been like historically hugely underfunded. And if we can't tell the city that, like our residents, that and really capture the size of the need, it's all just, it's all just talk. But I think that project needs to get on this list.
I think that's a good segue into trying to do some triage here at the end of what is, and we're looking at what is and what we wish to add to the list, or what we wish to emphasize or de-emphasize compared to the proposal that's in front of us. And I know we've heard an awful lot of different concepts and things. And I know we've heard gas blowers, Airbnb, day labor has been a constant thing that we need to worry about, but isn't occurring here, and Parks Master Plan.
And Mayor, we had two items that are on the list that at least one council member, if not two, mentioned moving up the parking ordinance and moving up charter amendments. So just putting that out there.
What was the second one? I couldn't hear.
The charter amendments.
Right.
Yeah. And the other one was the parking ordinance.
And Mayor, I think we also, Peggy and I identified that the BAFA resources needs to be
the BAFA
included.
Which is getting us prepared for the BAFA money. If it gets passed in November, we have to have a plan. So we're first at the.
Okay, so we've got an apple cart, and now's the time to tip it. Who has who wants to try an advocacy for a modification of the list? Like noted, we've heard parking. Is there something that we could propose to staff that would say, if we move this up a year, we can ask staff, what could we pull down a year, or do we have several votes that are interested in modifying parking? See, I have to keep talking until you talk, so.
I'll be happy to comment.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Cater-Thompson.
I would like to see parking closer to the top of the list. You get a lot of complaints from people, and I think the citizens of this town deserve to be heard. And same with the Parks Master Plan. I hear a lot about parks. But I really think the parking is something the public is really asking for. And I think we need to listen to the public. The Airbnb, is it possible just to do, look at it to do some modifications?
Let's try and break these into specific staff questions
Okay.
and get some data back. So the Airbnb, if we wanted to make a modification, is that major? And
Can I jump in on that?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I've been looking at that, and it's in IZO section 7.110, and there's one sentence in subsection B1 of that section that I think would need to be modified. So you're basically talking about modifying one sentence to what it reads now is short-term vacation rentals are a permitted use only in residential planned unit development and mixed-use zoning districts and only pursuant to a short-term vacation rental permit issued, blah, blah, blah. And I think all we need to do is say that we're excluding condos and townhouses and apartments and anything with joint walls. And that's basically, I think the public comment has exposed a flaw, and I don't think anyone anticipated those kinds of units being rented out as vacation units. But anyway.
Councilman Healy, absolutely correct that that's where the focus of the amendment would be. What we heard today in public comment and why we haven't heard up to this date is it's largely been successful. We haven't heard of any issues, and the public commenter mentioned, when this was implemented. So I agree that it's something that we could revisit, but I don't know if it's as simple.
Let me ask this: so, with all the existing permitted uses, are they basically all standalone single-family homes?
That's typically what gets rented out. Yes.
Okay.
And we should note this one isn't permitted, and that was what the issue was, and that's why it's got an open.
Right, but
code
now they've
enforcement.
applied, and it's pretty
And
much
it's-
ministerial.
Right, exactly.
So I guess the question is how much of a lift would it be to modify that one sentence?
Yeah, so again, you can narrow the scope. There's the outreach component. Like every other legislative effort, it's going to have to go through public input, through our CCBs, Planning Commission, and then before it comes back to City Council.
And I think there's still a little bit of, strategizing because, we don't have, let me put it this way, and you saw it, I'm sure Councilmember Healy, in what you're just reviewing, it's not a very regulatory set of regulations. And you and I were here when they were adopted, and they were trying to accommodate people that needed to be able to generate income in their home to stay at their home, but also to accommodate quality of living in the neighborhoods. And they're pretty light. So we don't, for example, we don't address differently things like noise and hours of operation. We would rely just on our regular regulations for that, and they're probably inadequate. So there's a little bit of strategizing.
I guess my ultimate question on this is this a minor enough effort that we could add this to the plate without having to take something else off?
In terms of my plate, I would say it is not, because it's so full. And I was going back over the list, and I forgot to mention Public Records Act process. So it's actually 8 items in the first year. So it's not a particularly hard thing. And it's the kind of thing, Dylan does the initial drafts on in a week's time, but there's the other steps for it, and I think we'd also want to look at. We really have. I'm not really aware of other complaints that we've had, so it's been this is a pretty localized thing. So that's worth strategizing too, because we may have tools to deal with that right now. And we're certainly looking
Without
at
having to
that.
modify the ordinance, that's what staff are working on right now.
Right. So, I mean, that's, that's something we can report back on to say, actually, we're dealing with this with our existing tools. We certainly don't want to have people having to tolerate such inconsiderate things in their neighborhood.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
But I'll just say we're pretty tied up on the legislative projects.
Councilmember Barnacle.
How do we receive a lot of complaints about other short-term rentals, or is this sort of like an anomaly? Okay.
And again, that point we made earlier about what's the difference between policy and enforcement and that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
So can we put this in a box of report back on
Maybe
code?
short-term parking lot.
Good. Okay, so that was the Airbnb discussion. Where anyone have any other? Anybody want to weigh in on where we're headed here? I think not weighing in means we're approving as is. So,
I mean,
so Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm going to throw my weight behind housing and all things housing, updating our fees, and that means adding, requiring all electric to get the affordable housing discounts, and then right sizing the impact fees. Those two feel, and then the BAFA stuff obviously feels like a top, a high priority.
And those are already in our.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Those are already in our plan.
I would. I struggle with the lads and seeing the playground replacement in year one, because I just know how much we're missing every time we make a decision about parks without having the big picture. And I would just, at the very least, I just want to see the parks plan on here in year two or something, somewhere where we actually get it in there and say that we're going to do it. Because right now, as it is, it feels like it's just a can that's being kicked.
So Councilmember Barnacle, can I just add, I would just say that our playground replacement's more of a liability, and I think that's how we're treating that. But I think we could talk about a parks master plan in year 3. And if we can move it up, we absolutely would. But I don't think we have the bandwidth to put it in year 2.
Yeah, just real quick, I appreciate the question. I appreciate the support and the advocacy for the Parks Master Plan. From your time on the commission, I think really in coming out of the pandemic, this has been there's been a need, and it's there. I think we're not waiting for a Parks Master Plan. There's a lot of initiatives that we feel we have a really good story to tell on some of these programs that are helping us create good inputs to set the stage for an eventual strategic Parks Master Plan. So getting the general plan out in front, but also, piloting the natural grass turf organic maintenance program to start putting some numbers behind. You take a look at some of our natural grass ball fields. How would it look to scale this maintenance program? How would it work with the native soils we have, with the resources, the equipment we have? That's a 3-year commitment that we're underway now. But as we build into that, those are going to create some really good inputs for the master plan. The fairgrounds is another one, aquatics. I mean, there's a lot of really good, exciting programs that are underway that I do think help pave the way for a more robust engagement authentically about a master plan.
Appreciate that. And
Okay.
I'm not trying to insert bad process here.
Mm-hmm.
Can we add year 3 Parks Master Plan onto the list of priorities?
Yeah, and I don't believe you're asking to bump anything at that point either.
I'm
Because we're
not
essentially having
asking
a
to
2-year
bump
program
something.
here.
I'm not asking to bump something.
Does the council approve an addition of a third-year program as proposed? Let's just write that in as a third-year program. Anyone, Councilmember Posake?
Are we moving on at this point, or I didn't want to
What would you like to
change the direction for
Yeah.
no reason, but I just, I would like to see where we stand as a group on the banning the leaf blowers at some point, even in year 2 or 3. I've got a long list of things I might give up to do that. But it would start with, it seems like the last thing on our list is the charter amendments, because it doesn't start till year 3. Honestly, I don't think that's going to make up for starting something with leaf blowers now. Plus, but on the other hand, it's hard for me to see that we're not going to have 10 other things that we move ahead of the charter amendments within the next 2 years.
And the reason charter amendments are in year 3, Councilmember, is because we couldn't even put that in year 1 or 2. So if we added in the ordinance of leaf blower, definitely would take time, take some outreach, but really the main piece of that, and staff's been kind of struggling with that, is how do we enforce it, right? We're having a hard enough time trying to wrap our brain around how to enforce the parking. And so how do you enforce that leaf blower ban? So
The other hard piece of that is the technology and the equity.
Oh, yeah, no, I certainly know that the hardest part of that will be an incentive to people who work with them to have some help. I understand that, but...
Well, and having equipment they can shift to, because our own, Drew can tell the story, but our own teams can't pivot to electric devices yet because they don't really exist at the commercial.
You mean battery?
Because they don't last long enough, and they're too heavy and too expensive. Which is why for private operators, like you think of the small landscaping firms and just laborers working independently, it's prohibitive. So this is one. The climate side of it, super clear. And also the equity and the technology sides of it are super clear, and they're all at loggerheads. That's why I think the state is on this kind of a slow fuse, but a process of starting with prohibiting sales to force a transition that way. So
I'll just say that.
I'm not versed enough to argue it, but I have heard of some landscapers that are using just electric equipment.
And this, to me, the calling it a climate measure is a little bit misleading, because there are emissions, but really it's the local air pollution. It's the smog forming particles, and the people who are using the equipment are like super close to it. So it's not it's the difference between like greenhouse gas emissions and like NOx pollution, right? And NOx pollution is what creates respiratory illnesses, asthma, things like that. And so if you have low wage workers, like the equity issues of this, it's not just forcing people to have to convert to this stuff. It's also the equity issues of not forcing them to convert, because there's real health impacts here. So to me, this is, it's a public health measure more than it is even a climate measure. And that's certainly the lens that I would.
It is, but it's also people's livelihoods that have to transition, and I don't know that again, totally not debating the policy. I'm just saying these are the issues for us to wrestle with and solve together as a team, like we do.
Okay. So, Councilmember Thompson,
Lost my train of thought.
were you wanting to weigh in on the leaf blower?
Yeah. Is there a way of knowing who has a permit that does landscaping in town, so at least the employees know the dangers?
And would that be a state issue for notification?
I don't think we have. I guess I don't know that we would have the information on the providers.
Right, I get that.
Do we have business licenses?
Business licenses, but I don't know that we'd be able to tell. I think we just have the title. I don't know if we have, maybe have the category.
Again, we'd have to add something to the list. So I'm.
And is the state banning the sale of gas blowing machines?
2025.
But that's not the usage.
Correct.
You can continue using. It's just the banning of the sale.
So people will be clinging. They'll be clinging to the ones they already have, presumably.
These are all really hard decisions. Don't think that staff aren't we're trying to chomp at the bit, and we'd love to say yes to everything. It's just we won't make any traction on some of the things.
That's
that
a funny
council
one.
wants
It's more challenging than you first think.
So I got a question.
Okay,
So is the
please.
parking ordinance making this list or not?
So right now, we're horse trading one item, and we'll let you take the floor on because we were on parking for a minute there, weren't we?
Yes,
and
we
we
were.
kind of drifted into the second item.
I'm not giving up.
So let's put the leaf blower to bed, and so we've heard a variety of things like the complexity of it, the state's banning of it in the next few years, and the amount of the workload, the resource load it takes to do that ordinance. So does someone want to advocate for what drops or what changes?
Well, and the enforcement.
And the enforcement, that was the other big deal.
That's
Is like,
huge.
how do we do enforcement?
The police have, what are they going to do? Fine,
Okay.
ticket?
The drafting, the legislative part, actually, for that one is not the hard part. The hard part is the grace program and the alternatives and the buybacks and the incentives and the information, and that's the hard part for that.
Yeah.
I, for one, probably would not be supporting it over all the high priority things we have in here. And not seeing anyone jumping up. John, yes, jumped up.
Well, just because I was in the landscape industry for a while, way back when, and even back then, 40 years ago, they talked about the dangers of these even small motors and the like. So that's nothing new, but the state is moving in a direction. OSHA is definitely moving in a direction. Mm-hmm. So they're going to go away. It's a matter of how soon. And they're going to be regulating it. Anybody who has equipment will be inspected by OSHA and others. And OSHA is going to come in and do the inspections here pretty soon after the banning goes on. So it's just a matter of giving it a little bit of time. And everybody knows they're going away anyway. So it's going to happen. Just a matter of do we really want to speed it up or not, and what the cost of speeding it up would be. But we can at least get the education out there and just make sure that everybody does know, all the landscapers do know, oh yeah, well, this is coming, and start preparing for it. I think that would work. Probably a little easier than a big stick.
Councilmember Posake.
I would just put out there, John, that there's just I'm forgetting the numbers now, but there's just a OSHA change in dealing with lead levels that physicians that deal with that have been calling out for the need for it for 30 years, maybe 40. And so they don't do a lot of stuff today or tomorrow. They're slower than we are, I think, taken as a whole. And the other thing is, even if you ban the lifespan of these things is 10 years. So it's not a year or two that they'll be off, even with checks. The people will buy new ones just before the law goes into effect, and they'll have them for 10 years.
So have we got an actionable? We've got a no actionable here, so I'd like to put a line through that and move to the next, which was parking. Janice, you were going to advocate a little more for parking. Did you have something you wish to trade?
I'll trade anything for parking. I don't know.
Cannabis?
No.
Okay.
That's what
I was just testing. That
was a good one, though.
In an effort to help you out, the only one I wanted to see any movement thought could give at all was the item number 3, zoning code update, and there's a little bit of lead lag between general plan and zoning. I think do you want to ask staff if they're game for that trade?
If we're talking about economic development, I'm just going to put something in there. If we're talking about economic development, we don't change our zoning code, and it's going to create the applicant more cost to do a zoning code change. I want to make sure everybody understands unintended consequences of not updating our zoning code when we get the general plan cinched up. So.
Yeah, the direction that the general plan update is going, there will be a clear disconnect between the general plan and the zoning code that's on the books.
Yeah, not a good thing.
Well, I just think it's something important. It's been lingering for a long time, and maybe you guys should get on your bikes and start riding around and looking at the garbage that is on the streets and what people have to live with.
And I think we all agree on the imperative of all the things and the consequence of everything. But in a priority sense, which one are we going to say? How do we make the horse trade, and how do you know, how do we integrate that with what staff's approaches and what other council approaches?
So Councilmember Cater Thompson, we also mentioned earlier about just stepping up enforcement as much as we can, and also making sure we do more education in the meantime.
And in the meantime, the 72-hour rule rules the parking ordinance. And that means that people can do whatever they want on the streets because they will not be.
I'm not debating
there's
that.
no
I'm not
code
debating
violation
that.
then.
I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that's what we can do.
I mean, certainly, just to follow up on that a little bit, selective enforcement. I mean, we have prosecutorial discretion, and there's different resources, considerations that come into play with what we're enforcing, and it's still a largely complaint-driven program. But when we're getting complaints, selective enforcement has no place here. It should be consistent. So I think we've heard about some of those concerns that you've and others have raised, and so those are things we can look at, even with the existing regulations.
Well, as Councilmember now stated, if it brings someone's property value down, or maybe we could just open up the whole town and just say if people want to park anywhere, they can. Just move it every 72 hours.
I mean,
I just think it's a nuisance.
Oh, sure.
It's a huge nuisance.
Cities generally regulate this issue in the context of neighborhood preservation regulations. They're about abandoned vehicles and nuisance conditions and failure to maintain property and that kind of stuff, because it's a neighborhood.
We also
thing.
have utility trailers that are in the bike lanes. And so that never gets addressed. And so if it's not getting addressed, then we're just going around in a circle and nothing's going to get done.
Well, right. So we think, our new chief can talk about the potential for addressing that, but those things that are safety consideration. I mean, there's the convenience things, which are bad enough, but then those that are the safety considerations, which are clearly a priority. So, Chief, your turn.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think we welcome all those complaints. Those are really helping us be surgical and strategic in our resources. We're working on ways to be more efficient on that. And then I think, again, some of the challenges is we're seeing and hearing things from the residents and the communities about potential 72-hour violations that we don't know. Is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah. Yeah, on screen. And so it's hard for us to differentiate what community members may be seeing that don't stand out definitively or that are not clearly abandoned, stripped, or inoperable. And so if they're moving after marking, it is a short distance to comply with the ordinance as written. So it's challenging for us, but we're trying to be responsive. There's not preferential treatment. And if there's inconsistent application that you're seeing, we want to hear about that.
And then it's everybody's role. It's not just the
Oh, very much
traffic
so.
or
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
car
So I
abatement
think
person.
there's a misconception also. We have one abandoned abatement vehicle officer. His role is for abandoned and abating vehicles that are inoperable, that are disrepaired, that are burned, stripped, etc. 72-hour ordinance parking violations is not solely for them. That is every single parking enforcement officer, CSO, and patrol officer. And so it's imperative and most helpful for us to be timely and responsive to those complaints by having them come into our communication center, and any available officer can handle that call as it's prioritized with our other calls for service.
Well, let's hope we see some change, because I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. There's so much in this town that, people don't have tags on their cars, and or vehicles, and they're just on the street. So who sees them but the public? And we don't feel like we are being responded to.
I do appreciate the distracted driving surge campaign, and perhaps, we surge campaign into parking for a while, where that's the extra eyes of the month, and with our comms, making note of why we're moving into this. It would be a start at addressing something, where it's visible to the public that it's important to the council that these things happen without doing it as a priority. Councilmember Now.
I just had a thought. We have our Engage Petaluma app. Can the public, and I've never seen it on there, take a photograph of something that's either blocking, because our enforcement officer cannot be everywhere in every street in this community in Petaluma. So if the neighbors have a complaint, they could post a photograph and alert the city to the need of, hey, maybe we need to look into giving them a notice, or this vehicle has been there for 2 decades and it's not going out to the ocean soon.
Yeah. I think that may have been an option I mentioned to you when we were doing our tour. I welcome that. I think there's inefficiencies there. I think I would just correct you. Officers, right? I think there continues to be that muscle memory of people are going strictly to the one abandoned vehicle officer. They're emailing that individual, and those aren't getting into the CAD system. They're not getting into our dispatching system. It comes into a queue of when was it checked on email and the responsiveness to it. So we welcome those to come in so we can improve the tracking and the
Could it also go to the district officers that are, we do have districts, so we have 15 districts. So
yeah. I'm a community member like you. I see these issues in driving through town, and when you see things that have weeds under the tires or growing to the bumper, that would be my expectation that any officer could mark that, cite that, take some enforcement action. That doesn't need to generate a complaint coming in. It's clearly visible.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask what we can do to put day laborers, resolution of the day labor problem and complaints to the top. What do we have a strategy at this point, and what can we share with the public who are so concerned about this issue?
Really, it's location, right? We've got to find a location. We have the folks at Grayton who are willing to help us. Staff, I know that PPSC is just trying to find a location and figuring out how to move folks, see if they're willing to move. Right. So, yeah.
It again is like many of the other complaints around the city is like, what are you doing to fix this one thing? And we're saying we're doing 100 other things. So challenging. But let the record show we discussed it tonight, and it's a concern of ours. And then we talked about the BAFA issue. Did that get incorporated, or is that?
We have it on other projects, but the timing is before the end of this year. Actually, in November is when the county wants to see that list.
So it's in our good aggressive program.
I think there's some uncertainty as to whether BOF is going to move forward at this point. I think that's what Supervisor Rabbit was telling the mayors and council members group last week. There's some rather tricky negotiations going on right now, and it's not clear where they're going to go.
I'm looking for hands. Councilmember Healy?
To raise a new subject?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think this is adding anything more, but under the open space acquisitions and management item, Lafferty Ranch open space was on that list, and I'm hoping that the Park and Rec Commission can take up engaging the community about what its vision is for Lafferty Ranch down the road. We really haven't done that. There was the ongoing negotiation with the neighboring property owners for years that eventually collapsed. But there was a very specific plan with that, and that might be a good starting point to get community input, so that we're ready to take the next steps. We know what the next steps are, because we really haven't had that conversation with our community. So I'm hoping that's something that the Park and Rec Commission can take up under the open space priority item. Thank you.
I'd support that.
Yep, we could do that.
I recall from my time on Park and Recreation, the first meeting of newly seated Park Commission was to take a tour. And we got to see La Cresta and the other open spaces that are now many years later still in play, still hunting for cash, but good. Well, all this quiet seems to be a consensus. It's kind of like the auction where it's going once. So I think we've provided staff feedback. Do we have the feedback we need?
We do, and for anyone who feels like we didn't hear, that you would like us to prioritize things a little higher, we will be coming back regularly to give you updates. So if something's accelerated or actually something got stuck and we can move something else up, we will. I mean, this isn't a static list. It's very dynamic. That's how we work as a staff. I'm super proud of the agility of our staff, the ability to piggyback on efforts. That's the way we've been able to get things done for the last 5+ years. So.
And I think that the realization is that we're validating the priorities you're showing us. I think so. I think we're in alignment, hugely in alignment, and we all wish we could do more, but if we get this done, we've had a very good year. So I don't believe there's any motion or anything necessary on this item, and
appreciate the creativity.
Appreciate every staff. Thank you very much for staying up past my bedtime. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.